are gearing up to launch ESG-focused funds, and leading global as well as Indian banks have committed to ESG-focused funding over the next decade, which can help in this transition. And we believe that this can be a major opportunity for both issuers and investors with the numbers that we talked about earlier. If you move to the next page, what needs to get done to support this? So first of all, we need to simplify ESG fund origination, have a very clear ESG taxonomy by engaging with all key market participants so that there's no ambiguity around what ESG would mean and what ESG compliance would mean. We need to have a set of critical benchmarks for selecting both intermediaries as well as products which are well understood and accepted by the broader market. This is something which potentially SEBI as well as the exchanges can help provide. The next one is on the RBI side. Just as we have lower risk weights for certain categories of investments and loans, can we find a way to make ESG funding more attractive by prescribing lower RWA weights for banks on these assets? Because actually the operational risk as well as credit risk for some of these assets is actually lower. And that's something that will help drive funding to this segment. Okay. Globally, as I mentioned earlier, banks are already doing this. Okay. Like you have a certain proportion of assets for insurance companies and pension funds to be invested in infrastructure, can we mandate these public investment funds to allocate a percentage of their portfolio in ESG securities, both on the debt and the equity side, and make their ESG allocation and compliance public? Okay. That's something which, again, will drive the growth of funds in these areas. And we need to think about incentives to attract higher ESG inflows. These could be around tax incentives, simplification of investments, maybe lower STT, and the full spectrum of things can be looked at and identified as to how we create incentives to attract higher ESG inflows and amplify the positive impact of ESG on performance. So that is on the origination side. If we look at the performance management and investment decisions, we need to find a way to simplify regulatory reporting and align the domestic reporting with the global standards. So again, if we can make this simple, then that's something where we can actually attract a large proportion of global investors. We need to have accredited third-party service providers who can collect, analyze, and report ESG data. As of today, there are individual players who are doing this. But if there's a way, to my earlier point, of certifying these providers, then we can have a clear set of benchmarks, clear providers who can actually report on this. And that can become the market standard. Can we broaden ESG reporting beyond the top 1,000 companies to also smaller and mid-sized companies? That will expand both the ambit of investing as well as provide an opportunity to the smaller investors, to the smaller companies to participate in this space. And finally, for the exchanges, can we look at availability of ESG indices so that we can benchmark ESG fund performance versus the market? Those were the few things that we wanted to cover today. Thank you for your patience and wish you all the best for the conference.
Thank you, Akash, for such a detailed exposition on the growth opportunities. We appreciate your spending time with us and sharing your views. Thank you.
So good morning and welcome to this very fascinating session as part of the 18th Annual Capital Markets Conference organized by the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. This is a session titled Inside the Boardroom. It's a special interaction with Dr. Krishna Ella, Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Biotech International Limited. I think even before we go into the session, I would like to just place on record our gratitude towards the entire pharmaceutical and healthcare industry, really our COVID warriors for the huge service that they've been doing to the nation over the past 20 months, literally. The entire country is indebted to the great service that you have actually rendered during these testing times. And I think we are all looking to you along with entire world to help end this pandemic and equip us with this vaccine. So thank you, Dr. Ella, for your personal leadership in this, not only in the COVID thing, but even earlier. And I'm sure as you will, when you start sharing with us in many other diseases earlier that you have helped actually contain or even eradicate. Of course, the COVID-19 has acted like a catalyst for transforming our healthcare systems. A lot has changed over the last 16 months. More is going to change over the next 16 months and more. And we recognize that diagnostics is important, needs to be scaled. We have begun to manufacture equipments too. We used to be importing even simple things like PPE equipment and masks, and now we are actually exporting them at scale. And of course, it has really brought in a paradigm shift of how all people, the government, people in industry view the health sector going forward. I think we had really, in less than a year and a half, India has currently 3 vaccines for inoculating its population against COVID-19. One is being developed in conjunction with an overseas company, but the other, and which is really led by Dr. Ella, is a local domestic manufactured vaccine. And of course, we have the third vaccine, which is coming in from Russia. I think what is important to know that normally vaccines have 10 years development cycles or more. Dr. Ella and his team and others have developed a COVID vaccine in less than a year. It's an extraordinary achievement, and even more so for doing it in a developing country, which a lot of people actually link with many disadvantages. I think this indigenous vaccine developed in less than 8 months showcases the immense strength of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and it has not only made India proud and made India stand tall in the Global Public Health Committee. It is also a testament to India's emergence as a global vaccine powerhouse. We believe that Dr. Ella will share the effectiveness and the other aspects of the vaccine. We understand the World Health Organization has begun the review process for the data, and we hope to get an approval soon. But I think it is really a proud privilege and an honor for us, Dr. Ella, that you have joined us this morning, and really to introduce this very humble scientist who relocated from US to India. Sorry, I'm giving away something, Sunil, but I will request the chairman of the CAPM, Mr. Sunil Sanghai, to please introduce Dr. Ella and take the session forward. Sunil can't hear you. Sunil can't hear you somehow.
You're on mute, Sunil.
Sorry. Sorry, I had put myself on mute, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shenoy, and I'll pick up the thread from where you left, which is humble beginning of Dr. Ella. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we have rolled out indisputably one of the largest vaccination program in the world. Many people contributed towards this program. but one man and one person who came to our rescue when you and I and the entire nation was going through the world's one of the worst health crises by launching a self-made vaccine for COVID. As the Secretary General mentioned, this is the only self-made vaccine in India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Krishna Ella. He is the chairman and managing director of an incredible company called Bharat Biotech International Limited. He leads himself the team for Covaxin. Dr. Ella, youngest of the 9 siblings, the only person in the family to get educated, walked, sometimes cycled 10 kilometers to get to his government school at his village. He did his PhD in plant pathology, and now he is leading in human treatment. A chance meeting with then Prime Minister Mr. Narasimha Rao in the US, where Honorable Prime Minister was asked a question as to why Indian pharma does not innovate, made Dr. Ella thinking, and his one-line guidance to his son, Dr. Reches, that all of us, we just have 6 inches belly and we don't need anything more than that. That brought Dr. Ella back to India. He returned as a determined scientist, as the Secretary General mentioned, to work on innovative drugs, which gave birth to this incredible company in 1997. Before I invite Dr. Ella to share his thoughts, I wanted to share a personal anecdote. As an investment banker, I was running a sale process for an Indian business of a global vaccine company. During the plant visit, Dr. Ella, within few minutes, without even waiting for his lunch, which it was a lunchtime, suggested the complete revamp and change of the plant layout. And the head of the production of the global giant, at that very point, immediately decided that he is the right choice and he would sell his business to him. Dr. Ella, may I now invite you to share the next phase of Covaxin? When are we going to get nasal vaccine? Over to you, Dr. Ella.
I just want to profusely thank Dilip Chanai, the Director General, and then my friend Sunil Sangai. I don't know much about the capital market. I don't even know this. What is capital market? I really don't understand the meaning of it also, capital market. We know the capital goods, but not capital market. So I think Sunil Sangai is a good friend of mine. We interacted with when you have acquiring a multinational company, and I looked at his passion also. And every entrepreneurs are passionate. If we don't passionate, we don't succeed in the life. That's what I believe in it strongly. I think, I just want to thank Vicky for giving me an opportunity to be here. I would like to share in a very non-scientific manner, in a simple language, what it means of the pandemic, what that means of the vaccination, and how this will lead and what will lead to the future. And I think, the pandemic, there are 40,000 unknown viruses sitting in the forest. We don't even know what that viruses are. There are 10,000 viruses which are zoonotic, means an animal virus can get into human. For example, rabies was a dog virus. The dog virus got into human. And SARS was animal. MERS was camel disease, got into human. Japanese encephalitis was a pig virus, pig disease, and got into humans. Like that, there are 10,000 viruses which are zoonotic. That means animal to human, human to animal can go. And what has happened is, with our greed of real estate and expansion of urbanization, what is happening is we are now getting a deforestation. We are going close to the forest. When we go close to the forest, whatever the animal viruses are there, it is going to hit human beings. And that is what we are seeing right now. And I'll give some of the examples what happened fast and what will happen also in the future. And you look at it, the pandemic flu came in 2010, I think 11. And 2006, chikungunya came in, Zika came in. These all giving a signal to us that this signal is an indication that, yeah, you get ready. There's something else going to come in. But what we did as a government and the public policymakers and the human manufacturers, we said, oh, it comes and goes, doesn't matter. We just neglected. So it just came in one blow. So I don't want to get into the controversy of that, the COVID issue, but certainly this is one of the game happens in the world. And in 2019, when Carnegie Mellon invited me a lecture in Bangalore, where our principal scientific advisor, Vijay Raghavan, is also sitting in the hall. And I did tell, pandemic is expected anytime. We need to be alert. And that time, many IT people sitting in that hall in Bangalore, in the Lalit Palace Hotel, they were laughed at it. They laughed at it. These guys talking too much. And now you see in 2019 end, what happened. And in Carnegie Mellon lecture, I did mention, be aware of it. IT business will lose if there is a pandemic attacks. So what is happening in the pandemic? It is not killing too many people per se, but it's hurting the economy and hurting the travel, tourism, everything is getting disrupted. So that is more important than even health of the people itself. So we have not lost not too many people in life, but we lost the total economy of the country itself is destroyed. And I think that is where we need. You look at it, many of the neglected diseases are the pandemic. And many of the neglected diseases are located in the developing world, like China, India, Africa, Hong Kong is also included. For example, SARS started from China. Pandemic flu started from China. Yellow fever started from China. Japanese encephalitis started from Japan. And Zika, chikungunya, dengue all started, and HIV all started from Africa. So many of the developing world are breeding ground for the neglected disease, and many neglected disease becomes a global disease in the future. It is not the US wants to control the disease. Unless they control in the developing world, you can't control the global. So the point is that developing world need to be alert, and we need to take care of that issues quite aggressively. And you need a partnership with the other part of the world together to make it happen. So that's a story, and you're going to see more. Some may come and show and disappear. Like you look at it now in Kerala, Zika started appearing. And last year, Nipah appeared. 2 years back, Nipah appeared. These are all giving a signal to us. The nature is giving a signal, hey, I'm coming, incubating here, and I might wait for the right time to attack you. So that is a signal they're giving it. And I think, leaving a part of that, but this COVID time taught us as a manufacturers, as an R&D company, we are a very aggressive R&D company. If you are not a good R&D company, you can't be successful in manufacturing also. You can't be successful in predicting some of the pandemic. I'll tell you some of the stories what we did. We predicted chikungunya way back in 2014, it will become a problem. And we isolated the first time the virus from Kerala infected people, Tamil Nadu infected people. We sequenced the genome and we said it's a chikungunya confirmed. At that time, Anbumani Ramdas was the minister, and they were very skeptical about the chikungunya. But we did say that, and we are the first company to file a global patent and manufactured the chikungunya vaccine. When we asked for some funding, the many government agencies did not give me money for that. They said it's a useless vaccine. But now we completed with our own resource on phase 2. And now CEPI, international organization, now funding $14 million to take up the clinical trial in Thailand, Philippines, Colombia, Nicaragua, and Chile. These 5 countries, we are now going to be doing the phase 3 efficacy trial. And that shows that it will be chikungunya also will come. Chikungunya, it may not kill the people, but it causes arthritis problem. Many people who get infected, they can't even be normal life for next 5 to 10 years. Particularly old people, they can't even walk properly. So joint pain, they can't even write with a pen also. It will be that severe disease as an arthritis, but it doesn't kill the people. Zika is, you all know it, pregnant ladies is affected, but there are also indication, intellectual capability of a baby also can be affected because this virus goes to the brain of the baby also. What will have a long-term impact? We do not know, but one of the predictions is IQ can also be affected because of Zika infection in the mother's womb. And so a lot of science still do not know. So that is a story what we did, but I want to talk about it. Many people think capital market, India is a generic country, and I want to change the mind. Please, we are a generic pharma company, but in terms of vaccine, we are getting into innovation mode. For example, we were the first company in the developing world to develop a rotavirus vaccine. We are the first company in the world, I mean, be it in US and Europe and not any multinational, typhoid conjugate vaccine. First time we have done, and we have completed human challenge studies in Oxford, UK, and then effectiveness studies in 6 countries all over the Africa and Asian countries like Bangladesh, Nepal, Malawi, Burkina Faso, Ghana, and India. So, and Pakistan. So now why the typhoid conjugate is also important, many people are not responding to antibiotics. And you need to take care of those typhoid antibiotic resistance problem. And that is getting into problem. Many children in Karachi, Hyderabad, Karachi is dying children because they're not responding to any antibiotics, including cephalosporin. So there's so much of antibiotic abuse. You all know it, how much abuse is happening in the country because there's no prescription. Everybody can use the antibiotic, and that is causing a problem with antibiotic. We're going to see that as a future problem also in the food chain. When some of the animal food chain is going to be infected with this antibiotic-resistant bacteria, the food chain is going to carry this antibiotic microbial population to your dinner table. That is going to be next future problems we anticipate. So coming to Covaxin, which we developed, we are the only company, we built BSL-3 production facility. BSL-3 labs are available. So don't confuse with the lab and production facility. Laboratories are all over the world, but BSL-3 production facility, nobody had it. And we were the first company in India to set up that facility for injectable polio vaccine point of view. We want to have, the injectable polio doesn't need BSL-3, it can be BSL-2, but we said we'll create for the national country's point of view, we'll create a BSL-3. We are the first company having 2 BSL-3 facilities in Hyderabad and 3 BSL-3 facilities in Bangalore for animal vaccine. And we recently acquired Merck facility in Pune. That is also BSL-3 production facility. And also we acquired one in Gujarat. That is also BSL-2 plus production facility in Gujarat, Ankleshwar. So all that gives you strength for the future point of view. Any pandemic comes, why I'm sad to sell this, it is not to drag my business, but more to tell you strategically that it will be useful, these facilities in the long run for the country to protect anything. You can produce HIV, you can produce Ebola, anything can be produced in this sort of facility. Since we created for injectable polio vaccine, it came in right and handy that we can manufacture COVID vaccine. That's how we got into COVID. So we had a chance to have a contract manufacturing for 2 other country manufacturers. They requested us, but we said we choose not to be a contract manufacturer. We choose the model of develop ourselves and learn the game of clinical research. Because we have a lot of experience in clinical research. We've done more than 100 clinical trials globally, including UK, including US, and including many African countries, many Asian countries. We have done clinical trial, including phase 1. One of the African vaccine project we are doing with Wellcome Trust and University of Maryland. We have done a phase 1 in US for IND application. So we have extremely experience on innovation and a clinical research angle. And these all expertise will be useful for the COVID. And that's how we built in Covaxin. And what we did is Covaxin is inactivated vaccine, but it produces IgG response. But in this sort of respiratory pathogen, you don't want IgG response. You want to shift IgG to T cell response. T cell means a memory software can be created in the body. That software can recognize whenever the hardware virus comes into the body, the software recognizes, it immediately programs and produces antivirus program, and that antivirus attacks the virus. That's a simple logic. I can use it right now in this connotation. And so the T cell, the cell-mediated responses are very important because in children vaccine, you look at the injectable polio vaccine, we give 0 first month and 6th month, 3 doses we give. That gives lifetime immunity for a baby. Injectable vaccine. So same thing. So we said we'll use this. We'll have an adjuvant which is required to create from IgG to more of a cell-mediated CD4 response. So we licensed one of the molecule, small molecule from NIH, National Institute of Health, Washington. A company called Virovax is a license working with NIH. We license from them and we use that product into this one so that we shift from IgG to T cell response. Many people question us, oh, I don't have an IgG response, so don't worry about it. It is not required because we want cell-mediated CD4 response. That's a very critical for a long-term protection for a person to have. And my feeling is that is our reason our Covaxin is protecting against Delta variant. And we have done the phase 3, phase 1, phase 2, all that we have done it. But in India, we are still traditional mind-up people. We want to do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. But US, no, when they had a Pfizer vaccine and Moderna vaccine, they didn't do any animal toxicology also. They went straight to phase 1 and 2 human trial and then went to phase 3 quickly. And what we did is we did all this phase 1, 2. When we start doing phase 3, there was no disease burden. The COVID phase wave 1 is over and there was nothing. So we were waiting. Suddenly this second wave came. And that's the time the Delta variant was prominent. And in our phase 3 trial, we were the first company in the world to show that it works on the asymptomatic people and also it works on the Delta variant. That's how the Anthony Fauci from NIH said the Covaxin works against Delta variant thanks to their adjuvant. But it's not the adjuvant alone. It is nucleoprotein that is present in this inactivated vaccine is also cause a cell-mediated response. And that is why it gives a long-term protection possibilities are there. And we said, okay, we are doing COVID inactivated vaccine, fine. But how do you have a delivery system that can reach billions of people? We have 1.3 billion. That means we need a 3 billion dose of vaccine. And then we need a developing world also vaccine. So we've been working on nasal vaccine, which can be given as a drop, 2 drops here, 2 drops here. And I showed to Sunil Sangai also how easy to apply. And we said, we do the heterologous thing, like Covaxin first dose and give a nasal second dose, or nasal will give it, or the nasal followed by Covaxin, like that, this permutation combination. We applied for a clinical permission, and so we're waiting for the permission once it comes. And we are seeing that as a big game changer because we are seeing a totally different immune response, which can last longer. So we predict that it can be last longer. Certainly in last 2 weeks, a lot of publications are coming in the direction that these heterologous of nasal is very critical. Why nasal is important, I'll tell you honestly. All the people who are in the Bombay market who take injectable vaccines will only prevent the lower lung and below. The upper lung and the nasal will not be protected at all. All injectable, including Pfizer, Moderna, all injectable vaccine. If Pfizer vaccine is protecting in US, then why they will get a Delta variant again? So you can ask the question, why is Israel again getting infection everywhere? That is because these vaccine, all injectable vaccine, only protect the lower lung and the upper lung. So now you're getting symptoms back again in the mRNA vaccine, which they thought is a revolutionary concept, but nothing will be revolutionary. The smallest genome virus is more intelligent than the human being. And so I think, what we are seeing is the nasal is where the COVID goes through. And if you have immune responses produced in this body, in this area up to the upper lung, you are not going to get infection at all. And also, when you don't get infection, you don't transmit the disease to others. So why you are wearing a mask? You are wearing a mask because we don't want to transmit the disease. Suppose if I have a COVID positive, I don't spread the disease to others by having a mask. So that what does is the nasal vaccine is that's what mask does, is the nasal does. So nasal will protect you not to get any infection. Since no infection happens, so you will not transmit the disease. First in the country, if you want to have better control of the disease, you need to stop the transmission first. If we don't stop the transmission, what we are doing right now, controlling the disease of a person, individual, so that he doesn't get hospitalized, he doesn't die because of the COVID. That is what we are doing right now. But transmission has to be stopped. That can happen unless you have 100% people are vaccinated, then it can stop a transmission. Or second is nasal is another one. Third is isolate of ourselves, everybody in the house, so that transmission doesn't happen. So this transmission has to have stop immune. Nasal is a very critical. You can look at the literature now of late. The nasal is going to be key factor for the control of the disease right now. And that we are working right now. If the government can help us on this matter, we'll be able to move fast forward quickly and then get into the game. And also many people question us why we are not increasing the production capacity. I will tell you three spectrum. One spectrum, mRNA vaccine. Second spectrum is vector-based vaccine like Covishield, Sputnik and all that. Third is, the inactivated vaccine like Covaxin. Okay. The easiest vaccine to produce in the world is mRNA vaccine. Second easiest one to produce, vector-based vaccine. Easy to scale it up, easy to produce, cost of production is less. But inactivation vaccine is the most toughest one. That is why inactivated vaccine is still used in children because the safety profile is extremely good. Vector-based vaccine, mRNA vaccine are showing problems in the children. Some of the adverse reactions are very serious. But inactivated vaccine probably safest, and now we are completing a clinical trial from 2 years to 18 years, also completing. So these are, our Covaxin will be probably only vaccine from 2 years. It can go up to 100 years of vaccination, including our Prime Minister's, our Honorable Prime Minister's mother, who is 104 years old. She took our Covaxin, and we are honored for that. So I think, this is the safest vaccine. But is it a very highly effective? No, I don't think now, based on the stories coming from the mRNA vaccine also, no vaccine is effective today. And that's clear to us, to all of us. I feel that nasal will be another one. And third, we are working on immunocompromised patient. People who are taking steroid, their immunosuppression is there. People who are the cancer patient, the immunosuppression is there. None of the vaccine will be, mRNA vaccine will not be advisable to those people. And the pregnant ladies also a little scary. And the Covishield also cannot be given to some of the pregnant live actors, cannot be given to some of the pregnant ladies, can cause some of the issues. So we are working with Thomas Jefferson in inactivated vaccine again, and that is getting into phase 1 trial. So in the end, I want to say that all of you should not worry. People ask me a lot of questions. Is the third wave is reality? But our behavior will determine the third wave is going to come or not. Our behavior, the way I'm looking at it today, is very bad. We are not disciplined people, unfortunately. So even if it comes, let's ask the question, if it comes. My feeling is, if it comes also, two things will happen. One, hospitalization will reduce, death will reduce. In this case, because vaccination is increased, and second is, there are zero prevalence is higher, and third is, hospitals also get geared up better. So we know how to treat better. So that is one. The second is, if third wave doesn't come, but at least sporadic incidents might come in a different part of the places. In one place, suddenly disease comes in, where they were all hiding from the disease. Now they are all being infected. And some cities, towns, which are not taking a vaccine and they're not being infected, they'll all get this 100% disease now, suddenly. And that may be sporadic, but TV channels might, exaggerate the issues. But I think we need not to worry about that. But certainly we are prepared. But as a country, as a citizens, we are not disciplined yet on that matter. That is a particular thick population where, like Bombay, Delhi, has to be cautious about Hyderabad. All the cities should be cautious about that. And but another question people ask me, is it going to be more Delta, is going to be more virulent? As a virologist, in one of my major, as a virology and biochemistry background, what I can predict is the Delta is the extreme mutation has occurred. If any mutation that occurs, it may not be favorable to the virus. So you look at South African strain, it very virulent, but restricted to South Africa only. You come to Brazil, highly virulent, but it restricted to Brazil only. It not spreaded. Look at UK variant, it is less virulent, but spreaded transmission increased, heavily transmit all over the world. So you look at the same combination, Delta variant, it become highly virulent and highly transmissible. You see all this permutation and combination has occurred in a virus. And it is not to be worried about the virus bound to have this sort of mutation, is not to be scared. I think the many journalists are unnecessarily scaring the issues. And you look at 1.3 billion population, our human genome is 100% same. Then if 100% same, then why are we different? Each one is different. 1.3 billion, each one of individual is different. That is because there are different regulations happens. In the regulation, it gives you different features, different intellectual capability, different characters. So if DNA 100% same, all of us should be same, exactly same. Not so it is. So that clearly shows there is a mutation within ourselves in 1.3 billion population or 6 billion population. There's a mutation. So I think not to worry about it, but right now, take all the precautions. Take all the precautions. Don't be negligent. And my feeling is we watch for Deepavali. If until Deepavali, no epidemic comes, we are through as a country. And also, we are coming with different vaccines are coming in. Not to worry about it. This all will really take care of the society at large. I think we are well geared up now. There was a little delay, but now we are all caught up and with the different technologies, different ideas and all that. And I think we need people help in cooperating on some of the spreading a good message. So I don't know why many journalists have become a skeptical, negative attitude, and they don't have to be. So you need to promote some positive thinking in the country, and I leave it there. And any questions are there, I'd love to take it. And thank you for giving me an opportunity, Sunil. Thank you very much, honored being present here.
Dr. Ella, this was brilliant, and nothing less than this was expected from you. I have a couple of takeaways. We are, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat box. I will definitely put it to Dr. Ella on your behalf. The capital market is listening to you very carefully, and we got the clue that post Diwali, the market will look very different. The green color will become deeper. So that's a good takeaway. In a lighter vein, how have you decided to become friends with viruses? Because, as you mentioned, the virus is more intelligent than human. Because I've been to your facility and I saw you, the way you operate. It's literally, the entire system, that the facility is on the live virus. Would you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, BSL-3 facility, there's no vaccine available last year, May, June. There was no vaccine available. So we have to work with a 1,000 liters fermenter with a live virus inside. So, like a vector-based vaccine like Serum Institute making mRNA, there's no virulent factor, nothing will affect you. But this one, highly virulent virus is working in a fermenter. Anybody can. So we have a space suits, people, people who are landing in Apollo 13 in the moon, that type of space suits with oxygen inside. So that, the no virus can attack the human being with their working. It's a highly contained facility. I think we are proud to say that India has got this facility. I'm not saying Bharat Biotech is proud of it, but I'm saying country is proud of that. We have created this sort of infrastructure for the future point of view. And I think why we are friends to them, fortunately, virus is a non-living. Many people doesn't know this. Virus is a chemical component, chemical entity. It cannot survive on its own. By definition, living means it should reproduce. Since it cannot reproduce, we call as a non-living. And by definition, virus is non-living. It depends on a human being to use the human machineries to multiply. So that's why any antiviral drugs we use on a human being, it is targeted on the machineries which are used by the virus. So therefore, a lot of adverse reaction happens because we are attacking on the human system also. So a human system to affect the virus multiplication. So I think, I'm also want to tell that unless we are friends, we cannot understand the virus.
Yeah.
The beauty of it, we need to work with them. And we need to work like you work with the enemy to understand the enemy strategy. That's exactly the same here as also virus. He is an enemy, we need to work as a partner, as a friend, and understand them and then control. Like a lot of things, like even chikungunya. When you give a vaccine, will it cause a vaccine itself cause an orthodox problem? We ask simple questions. Like that, unless we ask the right questions and keep on thinking. But I can tell you one thing. Today, India's vaccine innovation is a global standard. Trust me on this one. Okay. Please, it's not that I'm talking for a capital market point of view. You be rest assured. Only thing is, I'm an Indian, and then company name is Indian, Bharat Biotech. That is the problem. But otherwise, in terms of innovation and strategies and infrastructure, we are on par with any of the countries in the world. That be rest assured of that. That is different from all other pharma companies and the vaccine companies are different. Thank you.
That So now we know the reason why virus is your friend. Uh, Dr. Ella, I want to talk to the scientist in Dr. Ella. There is one thing, and you repeatedly talked about this. Some of the other sectors, if you see, for example, technology, we are at par with the global tech companies. May not be in terms of the size, but in terms of the quality and the offering. You look at digital and e-commerce, we are at par with the global companies. Wherever we needed intellectual capital, we are almost at par with the global company. Financial services, we are again at par with the global companies, not in terms of the size, but in terms of the quality, the intellectual capital. As you are saying, that vaccination program, which is more prevention than cure, and on prevention also, we are at par. Maybe there are the different processes, but we are doing the similar thing what's happening globally in terms of innovation. When do you think the healthcare, the pharma as a whole will move in that direction? Because as I said in the beginning, your background, you heard Prime Minister Narasimha Rao being asked this question as to why Indian pharma companies copy, right? And that gave you a thinking that, look, let me go back to India and start work on innovative drugs. When do you think our pharma company is going to move towards that?
I mean, the pharma companies' cash flow is extremely good. They have the promoters driven. They have passion to do it, but somewhere something is missing. I don't know why. And some of them are getting into unnecessarily into vaccine field, which is should not be. In that case, they'll be destroying their pharma business also. So don't get into the field like me getting into pharma from vaccine fellow getting into pharma. I will rather destroy the pharma also. I think it's not what the core strength of vaccine is totally different. The game plan, it is totally different knowledge base, and absolutely is difficult for a company. You look at it, many vaccine companies. Europe, only 2 vaccine companies, GSK and Sanofi. You look at US, only Pfizer and Merck was there. Now third, maybe Moderna. Okay, but otherwise, not many vaccine companies. So it's a core strength is very difficult, complicated. Every vaccine takes 14 years, 15 years. Like rotavirus vaccine, it took almost 17 years for us to come by. Typhoid conjugate, it took 12 years for us to come by. Except the Covaxin, thanks to it's a pandemic, the government has moved much aggressive manner. And we have not violated anything in the standards in that. But still, the government moved so aggressively. That's why we could achieve that. But I think, if pharma company should start visualizing, I always have a dream. If 20 pharma companies, each one develops one new molecule, and they make it globally sold, a patent protected, 20 molecule, but 20 companies,
absolutely,
a totally different game plan in the world. Okay, and I think that's the game. The problem is the pharma company should think in simple language to think bigger vision. So if you think simple one molecule, if they think they can make it, but they think 100 one time. They want to diversify here, all those things. In that process, you don't achieve anything in there. Maybe they want to satisfy the capital market requirement, but not the future innovation point of view.
Yeah, no, there are multiple areas in pharma, as you rightly mentioned, not just the pharma, I'm saying in the healthcare, because there's innovation required in the pharma, there's innovation required in the devices. All these implant and devices which are there in the human body now more and more actually. So there is an innovation, there's a scope for innovation there. And we could see more domestic companies coming up in those areas, because again, that's another area where we are dominated. I mean, the market is dominated by global companies, J&Js of the world, right? There are not too many Indian companies actually going down in that direction. One, and I'm not a journalist, Dr. Ella, so I'm not going to ask these questions from the headline point of view, but purely from our own knowledge point of view, that when you were going through this journey, as you mentioned that because of certain things, you had to wait for the second wave. I wish it has not come. So, and probably this could have been handled slightly differently the way the global norms were. What are the struggles and the challenges did you go through? Any of those obviously you would remember, but would you want to share with us?
No, the problem is in India, both government, the system, and the regulatory system, and even capital market and scientists, medical doctors, they don't believe Indian companies that India can do innovation. They don't trust. The trust is a factor is just bothering us. Unless Bharat Biotech like companies, another 5 companies are there, by 10 companies, it will not be there. See, some companies want to be contract manufacturer. That's a different business plan. I'm not denying that. But we want to be starting from beginning to the end. Unless you do that, you are not going to succeed in the vaccine field. That's very, very important. We learned from the rotavirus, typhoid conjugate, how to do clinical research. There's no clinical researchers in this country itself. You see the challenge. The first challenge is that one. Second one, you asked me, how do I caught up the first wave infection? If the regulatory agencies are smart, they should have said, you're doing phase 1. I want you to do phase 1 and 3 combined. When there's a phase 1 wave is there right now, disease burden, come on, get in quickly into the efficacy trial. If they allowed that type of strategy, I would have finished in the first wave itself, this my trial for efficacy trial long back. But then I lost 3 months after first wave, there was no disease burden. Vaccinated people has to wait. Okay, there was a lot of problem for us. The problem was, I've been given your placebo is there, are vaccinated, but country started vaccination. So should I take the vaccine? There was a lot of pressure. And one death in Bhopal for placebo, or if that fellow drank some liquor and he died, and that is the NGOs start attacking us. I mean, the people doesn't understand the clinical research is done in very ethical standards of global standard. And our clinical trial done by IQVIA is a multinational Quintiles. Okay. But in spite of that, questioning us. That's a challenging, very challenging. They don't trust Indian clinical research because we are not like pharma clinical research. Pharma clinical research is a bioequivalence. Okay. There's a more of people admitted in the hospital, taking a blood sample. But here ours is a efficacy trial in a field situation in the village. 26,000 people. Sunil, I'll tell you, we are the largest clinical trial, probably Pfizer, Moderna, and Bharat Biotech are 3 largest company clinical trial in the world today. Whatever the AstraZeneca has done, 2 clinical trial, 12,000 people, 5,000 people in South Africa is a smaller clinical trial. But in one geographical location, what Pfizer has done, Moderna has done, Bharat Biotech has done, 3 are the largest clinical trials in the world. Nobody has done it. Okay, I'm proud to say that India has done that type of clinical trial. It got peer reviewed now. Okay, and we have 11 publications from the COVID vaccine, and we have more publications than a Pfizer or Moderna. Okay, we have produced a scientific credibility also, but still people skeptical about Indian vaccine, Indian thing, and our journalist itself is skeptical about a lot of things. And I don't know why they want to hurt entrepreneurship of this country, or they don't like Indian innovation. I don't know why. But they have a freedom to do what they want. But what we believe is that India has to innovate. And I'm a strong believer that the next generation has to stay back in India. That's all, nothing else for me.
Yeah, that's a good statement. And the data has been submitted to WHO, right? So that we can
all has been submitted. We're waiting.
Yeah. I know we are eager to let you go and work on the nasal vaccine so that you can deliver the nasal vaccine to us very quickly. But just before I let you go, 2 quick questions. One is, according to you, when do you think the entire country will get vaccinated? If you have any thoughts on that. And number 2, any time frame for nasal vaccine, Dr. Ella?
You asked a very important question. I think, every person in this country should understand we have 44 crores of people are vaccinated, 45 crores as we speak. 45 crores people are vaccinated in this country. Do you know how much is vaccinated in US? US is vaccinated 16 crores, 16. 16 crores are vaccinated with the Pfizer Moderna vaccine. Others are not taken. Okay. As a country, 45 crores. I think India is the largest country vaccinated people in the world.
Wow.
But we don't recognize. But we are asking another 60 people, 60 crores who are not vaccinated. We are asking the question, what is other Herculean task? But I feel, but my sincere interest is by March of next year, I think entire country should be vaccinated. That's my prediction. And I want to tell you one more thing, Sunil. If the other multinational company, they do phase 3 efficacy trial in India, results will not be same as US or Europe. Okay? A scientific journalist who are intelligent should ask this question. If the same vaccine, what is being done in when Wuhan strain was there in the COVID, the wave 1 was there, that time, whatever the vaccine is being tested, that same vaccine is tested in the second wave, what will be the efficacy? We are only 77.8% efficacy in our phase 3 trial efficacy. But same thing, if I've done it in wave number 1, I would have got 85, 87, 88% efficacy. Okay, there's no clinical research thinking in this country to ask this question. Okay, same vaccine, US vaccine, European vaccine, if they test right now in India, their efficacy will be totally different game.
Absolutely, absolutely. Time frame for nasal vaccine, Dr. Ella?
I don't know. Just give me another 2.5 months. I'll tell you exactly.
So
Because I just don't want to commit right now. But in 2.5 months, we are going to have a significant data coming out. The data will tell us. And also, it's easy to produce that vaccine, easy to scale it up. The most important, easy to scale it up. I can produce 100 million doses per month.
that's another green tick around Diwali time, because
Right.
hopefully by then nasal vaccine would be in. Thank you very much, Dr. Ella. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure after hearing this in the last 45 minutes, all of you, like me, would believe that we are in the safe hands, and we are lucky to be one of those 45 crores Indians who have been vaccinated, and we are in safe hands of Dr. Ella. Dr. Ella, really, thank you so much for your time and appreciate it. Thank you.
Chetan? अब पीछे से मत जाना 5 मिनट 5 मिनट पीछे से मत जाना
entire capital market. I mean, by the way, digital, the beginning happened from the capital market.
Please start, ma'am.
We can start?
I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
Abha, you are going to go, right?
Yeah, 1 minute. Good afternoon and welcome to the next session on digitization of financial assets for diversification and broadening of investors. I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, Managing Director and CEO, Bombay Stock Exchange, for his address. Mr. Chauhan, over to you.
Thank you, Madam. Shri Sunil Sangai, Dr. Saurav Garg, Shri Vijay Chandok, Shri Adil Shetty, Shri Varun Sridhar. Friends, it's an honor once again to be here at what we call the annual CAPM. CAPM used to be a subject, capital asset and pricing model in our MBA. But now I think Sunil Sangai, with his efforts over the last 10 years, has made into an annual event where it has become a course. And today's subject of digitization of financial assets for diversification and broadening of investors is interesting to the extent, of course, he also told me that I need to recall the history of India's financial sector digitization, because we were pretty much the pioneers in the world of digitization in financial markets. The digitization, in a way, really what I call the big bang started immediately after the liberalization. We are celebrating the liberalization's 30 years now. But of course, the digital framework started with the automation of stock markets, where order-driven matching systems started happening in India. First time in the world, pretty much any large market, we were the first to do it. And so that matching the order entry and execution became pretty much really real time. I recall doing, of course, in Mumbai in 1994 November, but in 95 the first terminal of NSE was inaugurated by me in Coimbatore, and people could not believe that in less than 1.5 seconds they could execute trades which they actually had to settle next day. And that was a revelation to me, because coming from where I worked in, it was very sort of easy for me to understand. But the rest of the country also took to it like fish in the water. And those days we used to trade around 200 crore rupees a day in BSE. That was the maximum volumes. And to settle them used to take minimum 15 days if it was a good time. It used to take probably a month or more. And a lot of defaults used to happen because of that. Today, after 27 years, since November 1994, when the first trade started on NSE, we trade close to 50 lakh crore a day. It's like 25,000x volumes that has gone up. And one of the reasons why it happens, many times I used to tell you in those days, is that when washing machines came, most people thought that the ladies will spend less time in washing clothes, but they start actually washing more clothes. And that's what happened to our markets also, that instead of creating efficiencies, we created so much efficiency that people started trading more, that now we trade literally 50 lakh crores. And it is such a large number that if you tell, everyone gets totally annoyed, or because nobody wants to tell this number, right? The notional value traded has become phenomenally large, and it's increasing every year. And so it's basically where we have come from. We started trading, doing the automation of trading. Then we automated the clearing and settlement processing. We started doing margining, which we were not doing. But real-time margining was also India's gift to the world, that we started doing it real-time. We set up depositories, which were not the immobilization kind, but dematerialization kind. And so we actually, it took us almost 5-6 years, which other countries have taken 50, 60, 100 years to settle. We did it from 1994 to pretty much 2000, we settled everything. And that, in a way, also was harbinger or a demonstration to the rest of the world that India has arrived on the IT scene. So if you recall, from 99 onwards, India started doing exceedingly well in IT. to some extent, the financial markets automation had a huge role to play, because Y2K, when it came, we were ready as a country, as a group, to say to the world that we can handle large systems, we can make them, and we can make them actually work in a country like India. And that's where, for me, I give a lot of credit to India's IT success to financial market automation. And of course, before that, the first automation that happened was in railway reservation, but it was for a very small area. The second part I say is that the financial markets digitization also helped India become really one. You could be in Jammu, you could be in Srinagar, you could be in Kanyakumari, you could be in Dibrugarh or Jorhat. You would get the same response time of less than 1.5 seconds across India. And that was also an interesting framework. Otherwise, you had to be close to Dalal Street to get the basic sort of services which are fast. And if you were further away, it would take literally days and months before things would happen. Of course, the banking started also automating. The RTGS helped. NASH helped. Of course, now UPI is helping in many ways. Algorithm trading has now come in. Most of the orders now, almost 90-97% of all orders in India now originate from algorithms, not from the humans. And that's a new thing. New instruments have come in. Post 2000, we started giving derivatives. They could not have been traded without a high amount of automation. And that is, again, digitization of sorts. More interesting things. We have been always saying that India was less digital or financially included. In fact, from year 2000 to 2014, I recall having participated in almost 200 to 300 conferences discussing sort of giving suggestions about how to include people financially. Then come 2014, we had this new government. We started setting Jan Dhan Aadhaar mobile accounts. And in 1 year time, they created close to 30 crore accounts. And that actually brought India into the financial inclusion model. Instead of talking, which we took almost 15 years to do, in 1 year, we could actually execute. And so for me, the execution, actually, it's the strategies and talk for breakfast. But sometimes we think the talking is the policy, which is more important than execution. Just to give you a perspective, in February 8, 2008, we became 1 crore investors on BSE. BSE had 1 crore investor accounts in February 2008. In July 11, we had 2 crore investor accounts. That doesn't mean they're unique accounts. Every person can have 1 or 2 accounts if they want, with various brokers or various banks. In January 16, we had 3 crore investor accounts. August 18, we had 4 crore. May 20, we had 5 crore. In January 21, we had 6 crores. June 21, we had 7 crores. So literally, in 4 months, we added 1 crore in January to June. And then on July 29, that is today, we have 7.5 crores. The number of people getting included now in financial markets is unbelievably large. Every day for last so many years, I mean, last actually 1.5 years, we are adding 70,000 people every day. From January 1, 2020, if we say as a start of COVID, we added 60% people. So for 145 years of our history of BSE, we had 4.7 crore investors till January 1, 2020. January 1, today, on July 29, we are 7.5 crore investors, 60% increase in just last 1.5 years during COVID period. And that is what is interesting, because the automation, although Jan Dhan Aadhaar framework has helped people or the brokers create that brokerage accounts very, very fast. And that's a very interesting thing. In some ways, the East is still lagging, but it's picking up. It has 13% of the accounts. But last 1.5 years since COVID started, the East accounts, the customer accounts have gone up by 68% compared to the average 60%. The North has 28% accounts. Now, in the last 1.5 years, they've gone up by 67%. So again, North is now picking up in a way, running faster than the rest of the country in opening new accounts. South has 23% accounts, and it grew up by 61%, which is just like the average. The West grew up by wasted 34% current accounts, but grew only by 25%. So the waste, which is Gujarat, Maharashtra, used to be the largest number of accounts and largest amount of activity happening. Now is slowly spreading across the country, and that is very interesting. Mobile has now started playing a big role, mobile trading. The geographical reach is very, very large. Now we have people coming from Lakshadweep, Andaman, Nicobar, investing in mutual funds or through the stock directly and so on and so forth. Fintechs are coming in all areas. Traditional institutions are under tremendous pressure to maintain their business model. That includes stock exchanges. You might see more new exchanges coming up, more depositories probably coming up, and many more things that may come up. Traditional institutions also are trying to create newer regulations to maintain their business models or their sort of control over their business. And so that interesting fight which goes on in the backside, which doesn't get discussed, is also going to be interesting to watch. Trading volumes have gone up, as I told you, and at the same time, in some areas, we remain still anachronistic. In the commodities market, we trade from 9 o'clock to 11:55 in the night. But when it comes to equities, we somehow want to stop at 3:30 for whatever reasons. And I've been told the foreigners are more interested in keeping it that way. And of course, the media, especially television media, because of the long time they don't want to work for. But effectively, the rest of the world works longer time, almost 16 hour days. And we have another exchange in India physically, but sort of catering to the foreign clientele that is in GIFT City. India International Exchange works for 22.5 hours every day. So that technology is available. Whenever it is required, we can actually lengthen the hours even in equities market and equity derivatives markets. T+ settlement is also easy to do, but I have been told the foreigners don't like it because the way they have complicated situations with the custodians of global and local and so on and so forth, that is going to take some time. And T+1 may not happen in a hurry, but we are pretty much ready as a system in India. New anomalies will come up, new scams will come up, which we can't even fathom. One large scam which happened between 2009 to 2015, 2 books are written, but still most of us are unaware. We cannot even fathom what happened in those scams. And probably many more interesting scams will come about going forward. And large portion of the regulatory structure would be required to even think about what is happening in those markets. With that, I think overall, the 27 years of automation or digitization in Indian markets, we have come a long way, but we have a long way to go. And it is not necessary that institutions which have been there for 147 years will be successful for the future, or institutions which have been there for 27 years also will be successful in the future, because we are all, digitization for me is like riding a tiger. Ride is very uncomfortable, but if you get down, it eats you up. So everyone is having a very tough ride, very uncomfortable ride, and that also as a country. And for that, India, on a regulatory framework basis, will have to create more institutions, more competing institutions. So if one of them closes down, which happened even recently, even for a small period or large period, other part of the entire ecosystem continues to work. So that is for me the lessons we need to learn. But eventually, what as an ecosystem we are doing is we are manufacturing trust. And to maintain and to enhance that trust as what has created this $3 trillion of wealth, which is more important than just incessant trading. Of course, we must trade and as much the technology allows, but the focus should be on raising funds and creating wealth, creating jobs for the nation, because next 20 years, India's job is to create jobs. And next 20 years, India has a great opportunity to create wealth. Of course, the trading will remain important, but the focus should be ensuring that the trust continues to be enhanced going forward. With that, I will end my session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashish. And I totally agree with you that capital market took the lead for digitization. I do remember as a young banker getting involved in BSc computerization project called FIRE. fire project. So thank you for recollecting all of those. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sunil Sangai. I am the chair of Capital Markets Committee of FICCI. Let me now move to the keynote address session. This is a very, very special session with Dr. Saurav Garg on digitization of the financial assets. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we have 1.3 billion people, 1.26 billion Aadhaar cards, 1.2 billion mobile phones. And to weave all of this incredible combination to digitizing the entire country, we couldn't have got a better person to lead this effort than Dr. Saurav Garg. When I was preparing for his introduction, it was really easy. I really felt that our country's digital program is in absolutely safe hands. Why do I say this? Because it's rare to find a combination, and please hear me. It's IIT Delhi topper, IIM Ahmedabad high ranker, John Hopkins University PhD, and IAS. I have not come across another match. And if you come across, please do pass it on to me. Dr. Garg started his professional career with TAS, the Tata Group, and I'm sure Tata Group would be missing his help in their digital program. So it's a gain to the government of India. Dr. Garg has been always ahead of its time. And there are many of his efforts where I had some role to play, so I'm aware of those. He started working on digitization of agriculture when nobody actually even thought of it. He worked on direct transfer of benefit transfer to the farmers even before TBT was conceived. In fact, when we were planning this conference, a lot of his efforts are now reflected in our capital market conference. For example, yesterday we talked about infrastructure where NIIF was present. NIIF was conceived by him. We have first a public partnership, a large infrastructure fund. Gold, we had a session on gold. Actually, when he was a Ministry of Finance, he worked on this initiative of gold, which is now getting fructified. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have crossed over 176 billion dispersal via digital payment, and where Aadhaar had to play an important role, let's hear from the main man himself on his vision for Aadhaar version 2. Dr. Garg, may I invite you to deliver your keynote address. The format of this program is after your address, Dr. Garg, I'll hand over to Deepak. Deepak is head of Economic Times digital program. Deepak will host the panel discussion. Over to you, Dr. Garg.
Thank you, Mr. Sangai, for your very kind words. A pleasure to be on this panel with Mr. Chauhan, Mr. Chandok, Mr. Shetty, Mr. Sridhar, and of course, Mr. Deepak Ajwani. I think it's a very apt to have a discussion on digitization of financial assets at the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, which I think illustrated the impact that one aspect of digitization, which is digital payments, which has had in the country. I was just looking at the data that in 2020-21, that's essentially the entire pandemic period, we had 392 crore transactions over the AEPS, where people have withdrawn funds across the country, which is a 66% rise from 2019-20, when we had 236 crore transactions. So one can imagine the impact that digitization has had and the benefit that it has given to people who could do transactions on AEPS, the Aadhaar-enabled payment system run by the NPCI and backed by the Aadhaar system. Aadhaar has started off as an ID. It has helped in empowering people. It has helped in entitlement-based delivery of services. And in effect, it has transformed the way government schemes are being implemented in terms of how beneficiaries have been identified. Mr. Sanghai alluded to that. I think PM Kisan, which came up later, has extensively used the system. It has transformed the way delivery of services is made, that we can even think of direct cash transfer, direct benefits transfer, which perhaps could not have been conceived even a decade back. So in terms of transparency, efficiency, and as importantly, time for implementation, it has really telescoped that. The leakages in the government schemes in just the 5 flagship schemes which includes PDS and LPG subsidy distribution and PM Kisan, etc., is around 1.8 lakh crores over the past 4 to 5 years alone. So that's the kind of savings that DBT mechanism based on Aadhaar has had. And Aadhaar, where it really helps the vulnerable and the sections at the bottom of the pyramid, is the fact that it's an ID which cannot be stolen, it cannot be lost, it cannot be tampered, and it cannot be destroyed, because the person carries that ID with themselves in terms of the biometrics or the demographics, which everyone just needs to be able to say. Over time, Aadhaar has become nationally acceptable, and it's verifiable anytime, anywhere. And I think that's where the difference comes from all other IDs, that one can verify it 24/7. The Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile, the JAM Trinity, has now around more than 300 schemes which use it. And there was 773 crore transactions during last year on the different schemes that were there. So where do we go from here? And I think that's where the ability of Aadhaar to provide the all-inclusive and verifiable KYC, which is essential for the financial sector, is really where the benefits would come going forward. In the banking sector, out of the 125 crore Aadhaars, 73 crores are already linked to a bank account. So unique Aadhaars, 124 crore, 73 are linked. Out of the 140 crore bank accounts, 120 crore bank accounts are already linked with Aadhaar. And that explains the growth of the Aadhaar payment bridge and the Aadhaar-enabled payment systems. Similarly, we have eSign, which helps to verify documents, where in a way it takes care of the otherwise you had to carry the pen drives and things like that, which is there. Similarly, you have the linkage with PAN, which has led to deduplication, etc. The investor base, Mr. Chauhan mentioned, is nearly reaching 8 crores. And that's where I suppose a lot of the growth will come forward by being able to onboard new investors in a manner which can utilize the KYC mechanism that Aadhaar provides, which is again and verifiable across the country. Similarly, a lot of SEBI intermediaries are already on board, and a lot more we expect in the coming few months as we move ahead. Similarly, in the insurance products and in the pension products, there is no reason why there cannot be, for example, a PAM, just like the JAM, which has Jan Dhan accounts, Aadhaar, and mobile, you have a pension products, Aadhaar and mobile kind of a combination. And given the near universal penetration of Aadhaar and even of mobiles to a great extent, the combination of two is where I think the investment side, the pension side, and the insurance side can work, and we would be very happy to work with them on how this can be expanded. Our capacity is already, we are doing 4 crore authentications per day of various kinds of authentications, whether it's eSign or on the banking side or on the KYC, etc. But there are two aspects which I would just like to highlight, since I'm talking to a lot of fintech professionals and those working in the capital markets. The Aadhaar Act has two provisions which are apart from the mandatory provision which the government is using in terms of transferring benefits, services, and other such programs to the people. But for the private sector, there is Section 4(3), which allows for voluntary use of Aadhaar. And that is where a number of the programs are being done, where a resident can voluntarily share his Aadhaar for utilization in different methods or programs. And the second is the Good Governance Rules 2020, which were promulgated last year, which allows for programs which are focused on social welfare, which are focused on innovation and dissemination of knowledge, and which use digital platforms for good governance, where they can be also the use of the good governance guidelines can be used. So you have one set of areas which are related to, if I can say, good governance, social welfare, and knowledge and innovation. And the second, which is on the voluntary use of Aadhaar, where the resident can voluntarily use it. And these are two areas where a lot more work, a lot more innovation, I would say, we would be very happy to facilitate the different partners to work on this. On our part, we are moving to a private cloud infrastructure so that the capacity is enhanced. We have the state-of-the-art cybersecurity, and which ensures that we have multiple layers of security for the data that we have to maintain the privacy. So with these digital infrastructure, with this digital background in place, I'm sure moving forward, the way the banking sector has seen the growth of digitalization, I think a lot more we can expect in the other three financial areas of investment, insurance, and pension going forward. So once again, thank you to FICCI. Thank you for inviting me, and look forward to remaining engaged with this sector as we move ahead. Thank you so much.
If I can come in, Dr. Garg, thank you very much. This was brilliant. Before I hand over to Deepak, just one addition to the program. I'm tempted to use your time, Dr. Garg. If you're open to few questions, should be okay. So
sure.
For our friends, viewers, please feel free to log in your questions into the chat box. We'll be happy to accommodate some of them. Dr. Garg has agreed. I'll start with one question which I have first. Dr. Garg, as you rightly mentioned, this is a massive, massive infrastructure and safest infrastructure, right? Because you carry yourself, so there is, it cannot be tampered with. And it's a pipe which has been created literally for every single person in the country. A number of products, as you mentioned, JAM, PAM, can be put through this pipe. What's the plan you have? Do you want to use Aadhaar for other things? And I know there are constraints within the Aadhaar regulations, etc. But within that, there is a possibility to really put through a number of more products through this. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the Aadhaar Act and the Supreme Court judgment provides the broad framework under which we operate. And cybersecurity, information security, and privacy would always remain paramount. On that, I think there is no doubt. But even given that, there is a lot of scope for a different kind of applications to get developed. The way I've just mentioned 3 or 4 of them, whether it's eSign or AEPS or APB. And there's a scope for a lot more such innovative applications getting developed. We have had some interactions with some of the players, and going forward, we would be very happy to engage with them and see, while maintaining the basic privacy doctrine and the information security, how it can be leveraged to help, if I can put it that way, the ease of living for people at the bottom of the pyramid. And I think that's an area where a lot of the efforts are being made on the investment side also, as Mr. Chauhan mentioned, and that's where a lot of the efforts are being made on the insurance and pension side also.
There's one interesting question has come up, and then anyone from the panel has anything. The person is asking this, that can Aadhaar, I know KYC, there was a discussion around a common KYC for the entire financial services sector, not just in the capital market. And now video KYC is also possible. Can Aadhaar become a base, as a base level of KYC, and then you can probably migrate to the different levels of KYC and become a kind of add-on KYC agency?
We already have a system of what we call eKYC, where anyone can verify the identity and the demographics that there are. And in fact, CERSAI is there, other agencies are there which are using the digital infrastructure that we provide of the KYC and developing products on that. So we would be very happy to expand and further develop on how the eKYC, which Aadhaar offers, how it can be merged or developed with others. So definitely it's a possibility.
Okay.
So Sunil, I have one short question.
Yeah, please. Go ahead, Vijay.
Sir, while you just mentioned about the e-sign verification, some of the laws today don't really recognize digital sort of as the mode of operation. For example, a power of attorney today requires a physical access. Is there any efforts to change the law so that the true benefits of digitization can permeate across? Is there any thinking in that direction?
I may not be able to specifically answer on this question, but I think the overall framework of the government has been to improve, and the digital mission, the Digital India, which is operating, the focus of that has been to ensure how whatever service which is presently being offered on an offline method or on a paper method, how it can be moved to a digital framework. So if there is any such suggestions, I'm sure they would be looked at very, very positively, and whatever changes that are required would definitely be done, while keeping, of course, the broad overall framework in mind. The objective being, as I mentioned, whether it's ease of doing business, the ease of living, how to ensure that, and how ease of even documentation, etc., that you refer to, how that can be done.
Okay. If there are no more thoughts and questions, I think we hand over to Deepak. Deepak, over to you to host the panel discussion.
Thanks, Sunil, and thanks a lot for your keynote address, Dr. Garg. It was pretty interesting to understand the whole gamut and the scope of digitization, which starts from the eKYC and various other features that Aadhaar has. In fact, listening to also Ashish Chauhan, it sort of automatically for me set the agenda and this panel discussion, because for digitization, for anything in the financial asset space, investment space, it will start with authentication, which is where you come in, Dr. Garg. While on the capital markets and on the stock exchange, like Mr. Chauhan has referred, digitization came in long way back. Way back, technology was introduced and investor base was sort of broadened. Various cities got connected through the broadband pipes and internet. But where we still lack is getting more and more investors to come and join the money-making party, if I may use that word, right? Go beyond the B30, the top 30 cities of India. So I'll sort of kickstart with just, for those who have just come in, the topic of this panel discussion is digitization of financial assets for diversification and broadening of investors. With me, we have in the panel Mr. Garg from Aadhaar, Mr. Chauhan from Bombay Stock Exchange, and Vijay Chandok from ICICI Securities, Adil Shetty, CEO of BankBazaar.com, and Varun Sridhar, CEO of Paytm Money. Thank you very much, everyone. The journey of digitization for capital markets from the consumer point of view, if I will, if we start there, it started from way back, going paperless, introducing demat accounts, paper by paper, inch by inch, the whole process was getting digitized. At least the physical shares were being done away with. And you had your e-shares or, a demat account, which told you what you hold and how much you hold. And then sort of came in for the consumer perspective again, the old KYC norms. But the last 2 years have done a great deal of good on the digitization journey. Some would say we have been forced. I also hear that CTO job is the most sought after job in all organizations now because digitization is upon us and there's no running away from it. Right from my next door Kirana store, which will now prefer to WhatsApp me the entire menu and then ask order on the WhatsApp, to, of course, today investment going entirely app based. So all mutual funds are being bought also on the app, and we'll hear more from Varun on that also. So, and then on the other hand, which Mr. Chauhan referred to, automation of systems and processes has helped not just spot volume, and the volume is huge from the figures that he just talked about. We are also able to handle it very well and stable. Our technology prowess, the IT systems and the companies that we have in-house in our own country have held it. But if I were to sort of put in perspective the 4 sort of big reasons why digitization of financial assets is helpful or important is, of course, first and foremost, to broad base the investor set. Second, to bring in an ease of investment. We talk of ease of business, here we need ease of investment. Then also give an opportunity to raise funds via the public participation for all kinds of industries. Traditionally we've had big, large industries entering the public markets and doing an IPO, but this automatically should invite all forms of industries to come and raise money, small or big. It should help them. The other big reason is that capital markets should give a chance to everyone to make money. And when I say everyone, with the recent Zomato IPO experience, which Mr. Bikhchandani yesterday in one of the FICCI panel talked about, under 30 people were most interested for the first time to invest in an IPO, which was a Zomato IPO, because they ate through Zomato and they wanted to invest in it. So digitization will bring in all of that. Now, taking that journey and understanding this landscape, if I can come to my first question, and if I can start with you, Dr. Garg. So UIDAI has brought in Aadhaar, and you only talked about eKYC. Is there a possibility of an investment passport, so to say, which can be institutionalized by an organization and then acceptable to the entire investment fraternity, which has all layers, which Sunil also referred to, that you should be able to, once you cleared your e-investment passport, if I can use the word, and then it sort of allows everyone and everyone to have one single authentication sign-on, and then you're able to invest in various kinds of markets. Is that something that's even possible?
As UIDAI, we would be able to provide the infrastructure which can enable such a passport. So, for example, the way you log in, if you log in through your Aadhaar, using your Aadhaar ID, you can authenticate that ID, and once you have logged in into a secure, whether it's an app or an area, and then you can move ahead from there, knowing that the person who has logged in into that app has logged in through a secure ID which has been verified. I think it would not be our mandate to develop such a, if I can call it the passport, but where we can facilitate other agencies who can develop such a passport using the Aadhaar infrastructure, and on a consent, as I mentioned, a voluntary based. If an investor voluntarily wants to use this as an ID to get into an area or a sector where then they can get into a trusted area where the investments can be made, definitely it should be possible.
Taking this to Vijay, if I can come to you, Mr. Garg says this is upon the industry. So as a fraternity, can you and various other companies which are in this space, be it Bank Bazaar, Paytm, and bringing in the stock exchanges, is there a possibility that the industry comes together and launches a common kind of app which takes help from the on the authentication front from UIDAI and sort of take it further?
In fact, that's a great point, Deepak, and it's so incidental that just 3 days back, I think, SEBI has come out with a circular. This is in connection with mutual funds, precisely on the point that you said. You know, the RTAs coming together along with the AMCs to create an industry-wide platform which is interoperable, so that you have a ability of all mutual funds under one platform, which is an initiative of the industry, to offer all the options, all the schemes, various other issues that investors face in terms of change of address, change of whatever they need to do, their certain parts of their credentials, all that is possible. So that is something which SEBI has sort of put together, mandated, and it's not just mandated, but it's also coming with a deadline. So I think 31st of this year end, it has got to be up and about. And yesterday I was listening to some of the discussions around that. AMFI is driving that quite actively, and possibly we'll see some phases of it coming even sooner than that. So it's very much happening.
True, I read that circular and I was, thinking to myself that, hey, this is one great move and a great point. But taking it further, Varun, if I can come to you. So you have all mutual funds being mandated now to come on a single platform, interoperable. So that brings ease of use and ease of invest for the investor. How does one take it further on platforms such as yours or digital wallets or digital platforms? And what is the ease of use that will bring?
I think that's a very good question. Pleasure to be here. I think the question that we must ask ourselves is we start thinking about right? Can we get to? Is there an audio issue?
There is an echo. Not sure if it's the system led.
Is it better now?
Can you? Yeah, let's start again.
Yeah, so I think the question for all of us is to see how we can get to 300 million accounts, right, of 300 million investors in India, right? And today we are not there. We have 300 million people doing digital payments. The question to ask is how do we get there for the capital markets thing? And I think there are 3 layers of it, right? Obviously, what's happening, and I think Aadhaar Rails or what SEBI is doing is fantastic, right? We welcome it because just makes life easy. But to get to a Jan Nivesh program, I think we fundamentally need to start thinking, how do we make investing as simple as a wallet for somebody who has 500 rupees? Today in India, whether you're a 500 rupee customer or a 5 crore customer or a 50 crore customer, we treat everyone with the same lens, right? And I think there are 3 pillars of that. So if you think about it, saying we want to have 300 million people, for example, start with a mutual fund. And I don't know whether it's a mutual fund, but we must talk about that later. But you want to do that. How do you do it? Right? There are 3 legs to it. The first leg is education. We produce the best architects, journalists, data scientists, but we don't teach education on very basics like how to save and invest. I think we need to fix it as a industry, right? So that's one thing you fix. The second thing you fix is regulation to simplify the first time investor who wants to do 1,000 rupees. Like he can't go through the same lens as everybody else, right? If he has an Aadhaar enabled number, 1 second verification is up and running, let him or her start his first 500 rupee investment, even a 50 rupee investment, it doesn't matter. I think the fact is they want to try. And I think the third rail is the right product. Ashish spoke about it very well. Everybody wants to trade, right? And I think that's, most people don't understand what they're getting into. And I know we are all very euphoric about the current market. But every time I go and talk to young people, I tell them, hey, look, the market's in a bull run. We are doing well. But I want to visualize the same markets go up and down, right? And I think it's our role as a fraternity to protect our investors' very hard-earned money. These are people with a lot of young dreams and a lot of, a lot of hard work capital. How do you protect that? I think you give the right products out. And I don't think the system today can change to bring forward, for example, ETFs, to bring forward, for example, index-based funds, right? We are pushing people to give them very simple alternatives to savings account. Like we've always spoken about it at Paytm, saying how can we make sure that somebody is able to buy a burger or take an Uber ride with a mutual fund, right? The day that happens, I scan my QR code and it's a mutual fund on the back, you will have 300 million Indians doing it. So I think the question is, how do we get Jan Nivesh going And I think what Dr. Garg said is fantastic, and I'm going to reach out to him later and maybe chat up with him and go visit him in Delhi and ask him this question, saying how do we get to the 300 million accounts, right? Because that's been our dream at Paytm, and we think only that can really fundamentally alter the Indian market.
Thanks, Varun. So, in a nutshell, if I can summarize this, while mutual fund सही है, digitization के लिए या digitization की वजह से investment का तरीका यही है. There's one only digitization which can facilitate, if I can understand from what you've said. So, Adil, if I can get you in, there is investment opportunity, there is digitization that will kick in. There is money lying in the banks for a lot of investors who are earning barely anything with their FDs, right? But they're still scared. There is an inhibition or there is a risk level definitely associated with all forms of investment, especially in the equities side. Does technology have a role to play here in terms of minimizing risk? If there is algo trading, there can be algos enough to tell you and automatically stop your transactions if required, if you've taken way too much risk. Is there a role of digitization and technology in the risk mitigation also?
So great question, Deepak. I think technology has a key role to play with access. So let's start with that. I think technology essentially ensures that anyone who needs to access that digitized asset can access it. And I think there is a role it has to play in helping manage risk, but I think education has a lot to do with it also. What we've clearly seen, right, and this has happened in the 18 months of the pandemic, consumers want to do everything digitally. They don't want someone to come to their house to pick up their KYC. They don't want to hand over any documents. They just want to get things done digitally. Now, I think like you rightly pointed out, Dr. Garg spoke about this earlier. Even if the financial asset itself is digitized, it's very important that access to that asset, which is the KYC, that is digital also. And I think I really must commend what the regulators and the government have done over the last 18 months. I think video KYC has become the norm. I think offline KYC, XML is being used a lot in the non-banking industries. And today at Bank Bazaar, we see 80% of all financial transactions are happening via the video or the offline XML route. And a tremendous amount of work has been done there. Now that access is available, I think it's really up to us to ensure that the right product goes to the right consumer. Because just because a product is accessible, it might or might not be the right product for that particular consumer. But I think technology has a role to play there, combined with educating consumers, right? Saying that this is your current stage in life, and these are the kinds of products that you will benefit from.
Can I add something, Deepak, if you don't mind? Yeah, I think imagine a world where you spoke about an investment passport, and the investment passport makes 7% you're able to add right? Like you can do some sort of risk model which is very easy to build, a very simple robot which is bias free, and to offer it. And how do you onboard clients to it using data science? Because clients don't need to come and say, this is my risk profile. There is enough digital footprint out there which can tell you, inspecting data privately, this is the client's risk appetite. And I think if you think of the direction of robo-advisors and digital advisors, automated, it removes bias, removes misguidance, removes mis-selling, and makes it very transparent. So back to Adil's point, I think it's a great point that technology really can take us where we want to go, which is to find the right clients, the right product.
Sure. Thanks.
In fact, I just want to add a couple of points here. I think clearly we see that at least in capital markets and the world of investment, technology indeed can play a big role in managing risks better. Let me try and elaborate with some use cases or example. I think we have democratized as an industry access. I think whether it is payments, whether it is access to capital markets, mutual funds, I think that access has been democratized quite strongly. But what is still WIP, I think, is access to knowledge and research. And that can be a big game changer in enabling customers to understand what is he getting into and whether he has access to informed decision making. I think technology has, and today what we also find, Deepak, is that many young Indians are able to, they are very well read, they are very able to understand themes, trends, etc. So they, for example, are all aware of the Atmanirbhar program of the Prime Minister. Many people believe in the China +1 strategy. It's going to happen. The post-pandemic growth is going to come sooner or later. All of that people believe in. But if we were to translate these beliefs, these policies into how can I use this information to participate in the capital markets, and you gave the example of it should enable people to make money. I think that's where research using technology can be sort of packaged and presented to him in thematic basket formats. So if you believe, let's say, in a China +1 strategy, here are a bunch of 5 guys who you can invest in, 5 stocks or 5 sort of collection of instruments that you can invest in. That can be sort of very easily and conveniently brought to the customer. One click, just like you given access to become to access markets, you can give him access to research. Click and you can invest, and then whatever needs to be done, because the portfolio also has to be sort of alerted against changes that keep taking place dynamically in the market. Alerts can be sort of again given. So I think those are examples. We have a brand called One Click Investment, we call it that, where we find young Indian investors love that way of investing. So certainly managing risks possible.
Sure. Thanks. Mr. Chauhan, if I can come to you. Till now we've been talking of ease of investment from the consumer or the layperson's side. How about using digitization and technology, which you've been doing at the exchanges, to broad base those who want to even offer, and do a public float, right? We've had enough companies over the last few years who've come and debuted on, your exchange and collected money from people with the trust and faith that, hey, we're going to make more money with your money, right? How have you used technology? And if I can, ask you, can you give us a peep into the window as to what's happening with digitization and technology in the exchange side to broad base even those who receive investor money? And how are they using technology to, mitigate not just risk, but understand themselves also the investor participation and broad base that further?
That's an interesting question. There are 2 aspects to it. One is to raise the funds. Just to give you a perspective, on this month, one single day, India did 1.1 crore, okay, of trading volume. That is pretty much $1.33 trillion. India's GDP gets traded once in 2 days. Okay, so that is the kind of volumes. When I was telling you 50,000 crore, but I've been just sort of sent a message by one of the listeners saying, boss, you are wrong. In the meantime, last 1 month, we have gone up more than double. And so that is the kind of speed. And that takes you to the over trading part. But you also mentioned about making money. See, coming to markets, everyone may not make money. And so I just want you to also make it clear that people may lose money. And we should be basically informing everyone that this is not about fixed deposits where you're you keep on getting the returns every day. You may lose money for a particular point, although long term you hope to get money. So that is one part. The second part is last year, 2020-21, BSE alone raised $253 billion worth capital for Indian corporates, Indian governments, municipalities, IDVITs, REITs put together. $253 billion is a very large number. Okay, I mean, none of us actually believe those kind of numbers. In fact, today morning also in one of the listings, somebody told me that, yeah, we must be raising to 75,000 crore. I said, no, 18.53 lakh crores were raised last year. And that's a very large number compared to our expectation. Of course, compared to our trading volume, it's nothing. But in terms of the raising of funds for capital markets, it's now using commercial papers and all. We raised like a very, very large, something completely automated. In commercial papers, they're filing the document in the morning. By afternoon, they've collected the money and gone. The issuers on a private basis, they're in their place. Everything is done literally in a T+0 basis now, not even T+1, T+2 basis. On the fundraising for the commercial papers, of course, the IPOs now get listed in 3-4 days. Earlier it used to take like 60 days, 20 years back. Today, on the issue day close, within 3 to 4 days, you will get the sort of listing done. And that's again because automation has helped. In terms of maintaining the confidence, because once you invest, you need the continuous information about the companies, about their doing stuff, material events, their quarterly results, their board details and stuff like that. And that is where we again provide 24/7 services to each company to log in using their registered mobiles. We send them OTP so that we know that it's the same person, because earlier people used to send faxes on behalf of others or fake faxes giving wrong information. So now we send this OTP, he or she puts in the detail, instantly within few milliseconds, the data goes to BSE's website and BSE Street and other things. And that basically ensures that 24/7, any report which the company wants to give, whether it is a material event or a periodic activity like quarterly results or annual reports or something, that goes to the investors on real time. And of course, on BSE's website, you get to see all the prices free, all the company-related information free, including a lot of analyst reports and all sorts of funky stuff. Literally, we get 100 million page views. We are one of the most visited websites in the world. Nowhere, I mean, you don't go to New York Stock Exchange when you are in US, but you go to BSE India website, bseindia.com, when you are in US, because here you get it free. In US, you have to pay $1,700 per month to either Reuters or Bloomberg or somebody. In India, better information comes to investors on their mobile or on their website free of cost on real time, as if it's coming from the horse's mouth, that is from the companies, from the markets which are placing orders and so on and so forth.
Right. Thanks a lot for that perspective. Varun, Paytm is about to IPO, but forget Paytm aside, I'm sure you're not allowed to talk about your own IPO maybe, but do you envisage an entire IPO being conducted on an app? Right from your DRHP state, filing to all the other regulatory issues, to even the investor side where people, just like today, one can buy mutual funds on your own app. People should be able to participate in an IPO through that with the help of UIDAI, Aadhaar, and with help of exchanges also facilitating everything post-listing, buying, selling, everything. Is that something on the horizon?
I can only imagine and believe that this is going to happen in India. And I think India is there. We are ready. I think technology is ready. Platforms are ready. Regulator seems to be thinking in the right direction. And I think eventually, as transparency kicks in, I think investor confidence is so important, right? Because when things move fast, you want to make sure that the checkpoints are there, right? What I love about the Indian capital markets is between securities, depositories, people looking at all this work. That process is good. So technology is there. I think we are ready to do that from a consumer perspective. There are enough startups out there who find this a better route to funding, would rather go to BSE and list. And I know it's talking about it, but they have a great startup funding or small business funding house. And I think that is the future. And I think you'll see it in the next couple of years. Somebody will make it reality very soon.
So I'm going to jump in, Deepak. And again, the point that you said actually is already happening. And let me explain with you with some examples. Last year, when we had the first lockdown, Q1 of the fiscal year, there was complete fear in the markets. Nobody knew what's going to happen, uncertainty, etc. But commencement of Q2, people started venturing out, trying to understand whether, okay, is it time to now start raising money? There was a lot of uncertainty even then. That was the time when we went out and we took one of our companies, the first company, our post-pandemic lockdown, round one, into the markets through an IPO. Now that IPO, which was carried out, a company called Rosario Biotech, was the first all digital IPO, right? Typically, the process that you need to go through is firstly conversations that you have to do to, sell the story to the investors. It all happened like this. It was WebEx and Zoom and so on and so forth. So no need to travel. Otherwise, if you had to travel, you jump into a flight, go to investors in Asia, Europe, and US. But today it was all possible to. This time it was all possible to do digitally. So digital communication, marketing of the issuances, access to investors, uploading of the DRHP and the point that you made, all to SEBI, all digitized. Responses, doing and flowing, all digital. And then finally, when the IPO happened, it happened in a digital format. So you don't need to step out into a branch or of any entity or any specific place. You download an app. All of us offer these services. 3, 4, 5 clicks and you're done. So it's actually happening end to end. All money that got raised after this, let's say July of last year, and that amount I think was so elaborately explained by Ashish. All of that is all digital. There is no more physical meetings at all. Deals are happening already. So we are seeing it pretty much in action.
On that point, Adil, technology is a boon, but it can be a pain. It is a beast to understand with so many security issues that have come about. I mean, forget Pegasus and the entire episode rocking the parliament right now, but there are enough threats and challenges with the spyware, ransomware, everything that is going around the globe in the last few months, especially in the US, when factories and industries have had to halt. Where does, what are the risks that are involved in 100% digitization, if there are any? And how does one go about mitigating it? Because look, there is no going back now. There's only way forward. But is the industry, be it the fintech industry or the exchanges and companies like ICICI Securities, what are the conversations happening on the risk of technology or even the fraudulent use of technology, if I may use that? We've had examples of fastest fingers first in exchanges and people punching fast enough to trade fast enough. But so those were misuse of technology, so to say. And if it happens too much, then regulation will come and throttle everything, which is a risk you run. That's a bigger risk you run. China's right now doing that to the fintech industry, if you've seen. So the balance lies in being responsible ourselves and bringing about those changes so that we don't go to the extreme level of getting regulated heavily. So yeah, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, sure. So let me just take some very contemporary examples, right, to see what is happening and three things which I feel are critical. So one is it really helps to have secure platforms. So you think of, Aadhaar as a platform or BSE as a platform. The very fact that you have a secure platform which ensures that information is being managed correctly, right, makes a big difference. Now, earlier we were talking about robo-advisors, right? Now, people might have access to proprietary data or might have access to their data, but there is a framework called Account Aggregator. Now, this is a authorized RBI-driven framework for all regulated entities. It doesn't matter whether you're in capital markets or in banking, to share securely information about the consumer's assets basis their consent. Now, I think we need to invest in platform because that takes a tremendous amount of risk away, right? Because there's only so much an individual operator can do when the platform is secure. That's step number one. Second, right, we've been talking about cloud. So a very, very interesting question was answered on cloud because, as far as banking is concerned, we do video KYC. The RBI has confirmed that cloud is the way to go, but obviously with a number of information security checks. So I think the age of cloud is here. We need to deeply invest in information security, but we moved to a level wherein clearly the regulator themselves are coming out and clarifying to all market participants that your video KYC technology can be on the cloud. And as long as you have the information security, the data purges in place, this is allowed and sanctioned by the regulator. The last, right, is I think that at every agent who works with the platform, management needs to have the investment in InfoSec. Now, whether it starts from PCI, DSS, or ISMS, I think every company needs to invest in that dedicated information security practice because the challenges out there, Deepak, like you said, are tremendous. International state actors, we are under attack. I think that investment and that commitment, right, whether it is in the certification, whether it is in a dedicated practice in order to maintain it, and also coordinating with the government when something happens. I think information security is a key priority today.
Thanks.
Is that the way? Yeah, the way to look at the information security and the outcome. What should be the strategy for India as a country? What will happen is that each components, like what you mentioned about US, some portions go down. But if we create systems and processes which are basically monopolistic, then if you take away that monopoly, entire country stops for that activity. But if you create competing products, competing sort of service providers in that same industry, for example, NPCI is one case in point. Now RBI has figured out that NPCI has become so big that if it fails, it's a failure for the country. That's why they want basically competition to come in. For me, we need to design the service providers even at that level, other providers or sort of payment sort of infrastructure or exchanges in a way which are competing. So we have like two exchanges. When one exchange failed, the other exchange continued, and that way the system doesn't fail as a whole. Components will keep on failing because of whatever reasons. But if you create monopolies by design, by plan, or by accident, you are putting the entire country at risk by doing this. That's why for me, the lesson which I learned is that as a strategy, the country cannot have one single provider of infrastructure by design or by plan or even by accident, because that is actually putting the entire country in risk. And what happens, because it is easy to deal with that guy for a variety of reasons, actually monopolies perpetuate itself, and then that creates a huge risk for the entire country. So somewhere in the line, the design of the system, even regulations, should be to promote competition, not one, not two, but probably 5, 10, so that the components will keep on failing. I mean, if nobody is today sure that a particular exchange will not fail or a particular service provider will not fail. They may fail, but overall, when Amazon fails, Google continues, right? And that's what we need to plan as a policy making, rather than just trying to create monopolies. And if one of them fails, overall, because of dominoes, everyone else fails. Because if you can't make payments, you can't run stock markets, right? And that's where basically if one of them fails, you will have a lot of other dependencies. But if the components are competing, if one brokerage fails, other places, people are able to trade, they are basically anyway safe, at least for their portion. Although that brokerage may not be able to trade, the rest of the country continues its job. And that's how the policy making should happen.
So, from a wider participation of investors set that we've been talking about, you're talking about, Ashish, wider participation of platforms so that, even one fails, the entire system doesn't need to crash. Have enough places, have enough companies, have enough investors, and there's a wider participation, right? So that one part doesn't bring the whole system down. There are enough parts and enough players, so to say, where the investment journey continues, so to say. Great. Thanks a lot. I'm mindful of the time. We've exceeded partly some bit of our allotted time. So thank you so much, everyone, for your participation and your wise counsel on this topic. I've thoroughly enjoyed personally speaking to all of you and understanding the perspective from a wide gamut of people that we've had. I'm sure our viewers also. So on that note, thank you so much. We'll end this session right now. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sunil Sanghai. I am the chairman of the Capital Markets Committee of FICCI. Welcome to this very special session on interaction with a leading global investor who has made significant commitments to India. As you may know, CDPQ has not only been investing in India for the last 5 years, but also has a beautiful office in New Delhi under the leadership of Anita George. India is one of their 10 large offices around the world. CDPQ has so far invested almost $5 billion in the last 5 years, helped build multiple businesses, multiple infrastructure projects, and I'm sure this is just the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't have had a better person than Mr. Marc-Andre Blanchard, Executive Vice President and Head of CDPQ Global, to share his perspective with us. Mr. Blanchard is responsible for CDPQ's 3 main regional operations outside of Canada: United States, Latin America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. Before joining CDPQ in September 2020, he was the ambassador and permanent representative of Canada at the United Nations in New York from 2016 to 2020. Marc-Andre, a very warm welcome to you to India, virtually though. I also welcome you to FICCI and its leading capital markets conference, CAPM 2021. This is the flagship capital markets conference in India.
So, well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sanghai. It's a pleasure to be here, and to actually, I look forward to go very, very soon physically in India. As you mentioned, CDPQ is one of the lead investors from Canada and from the world in India, and we're very happy to be there. We've grown tremendously in the last 5 years, and our intention is to grow even further obviously in the coming 5 years. So we're very excited at the prospect of our relationship with with the Indian government, with the Indian partners that we have, and we were really, really blessed to have developed phenomenal partnerships with Indian partners to whether it's in the financial services sector with Kotak or Piramal, or whether it's in the renewable industry with Azure Power or CLP, and I could go on, and so we are looking forward to develop further.
Marc-Andre, as you well know, in the current circumstances, every conversation starts with a pandemic and ends with a pandemic. So before we start our conversation on the capital markets, let me come to the pandemic straight away. I would like to hear your views on the role of global organizations like CDPQ in the post-pandemic era.
Well, Sunil, it's very interesting. The pandemic has changed a lot of things, obviously, because I think, but I would say the biggest change is the acceleration, because what we now see in the middle of the pandemic or coming out of the pandemic, we saw it before the pandemic. You know, the risks, you know, what are the main two risks that the planet is facing for its sustainability or for its security? It's all about the fight against climate change and the need, then thus the need for a transition, and then the issue of inequalities. We know that the inequalities we see in the world are unsustainable and are a threat to actually our security worldwide. And what we saw through the pandemic, it's an acceleration of those threats. We saw that, you know, we're only as strong as the weakest link in you know, whether it's within Canada, you know, the most, you know, like really the most at-risk areas for the pandemic were actually areas where the inequalities were wider. And then you look at it within regions or within countries, and you see it. And the world will only be safe when everyone, you know, where everywhere on the planet will be able to have enough vaccinated people, and will have combat successfully this virus. And the same thing with climate change. Climate change know of no borders, and you know, and we're all in this together, and we all need to work together like never before. And I think that's you know, if you ask me, in the pandemic, you know, what we saw that actually women in particular in a country like Canada, and I'm sure it's probably the same thing in India, it's actually, if you're a woman, you're twice as likely to, or more likely to have lost your job than if you're a man. And so this fragility has been, we knew there was a fragility there before for the inclusion of women in the workplace, but now we realize that this pandemic has you know, shown the fragility, and we must work better at it to make sure that we get the diverse workforce that we all need, and that actually that we make the progress throughout the world to fight inequalities and climate change.
Marc-Andre, you have a unique combination of an insider and an outsider. You have been a part of the government as an ambassador, and now you lead a significant commercial organization. How do you see, and you touched upon the partnership in your opening comment, how do you see a partnership between the government and the private sector progressing, particularly post-pandemic era? And so, not only in India, but around the world, in India, we call it as public-private partnership, PPP. That's the concept we have here.
So let me give you one example. I actually believe that, well, let's just make this statement that business as usual will not work to address the challenges we need to address now in the world. Yeah. We know this. On the other hand, we know that there's enough capital to actually face the challenges that we need to address in this world. We also know that you know, like what we need to be doing now, and I actually believe that's a lesson of the pandemic. We need to create partnerships that are different. We need to be more innovative in the way we think about how to do things. The private sector and the public sectors together, and then sometimes with some stakeholders. You know, we know that the private sector cannot do it alone, but the public sector cannot do it alone either. But we know that in countries like India and Canada, the United States of America, Europe, it's the private sector that owns the capital to actually make things happen. It's the private sector that for the most part create the innovation and brings the resources and the talent to all of this, and in many ways. And so we need to do things differently. I'll give you an example of our own institution. A few years ago, we sat down with the Quebec government. There was an issue of transportation, public transportation around Montreal, in particular between the main airport and our downtown area in Montreal. And there was what happened is there was the creation of very special partnership and a different role for an institutional investors like CDPQ. We have created what we call the RAM, and it's actually a light rail train that has been designed, that will be operated, that is being built, that will be operated, that will be owned by CDPQ, an institutional investor. So imagine an institutional investor owning, managing, building, having designed a public infrastructure like a light rail train. 10 years ago, that was unthinkable. But now this is a reality. And actually, it needed a partnership between an institutional investor, the Infrastructure Bank of Canada, the government of Quebec, the supplier of electricity, an agreement with the municipalities where the train will go. So it's a completely different way of looking at opportunities and how we do things. And a lot of people are I'm part of the people who believe there are tremendous opportunities coming out of this situation, the current situation we're in. I was at the G7 as a representative of the business leaders of the private sector. It was the first time since the early 2000 that the private sector, that the G7 leaders met with some leaders of the private sector from some G7 countries under the leadership of Prince Charles and Brian Moynihan from the CEO of Bank of America. And if you look at what came out of the G7 and what is about to come out of the G20, it's actually in the G7 communique, there's never been more mentions of PPPs, of public-private partnership than we've seen now. There's never been mentions of the need for a role of the private sector that we see now. Just think about, I'll give you some idea. It's about scaling up investment in technology and infrastructure to facilitate a clean transition, a green transition from coal, a green transition in transportation. The agenda of decarbonization is huge. Just think about the decarbonization of mobility, the scaling up of zero emission vehicle technology and buses, trains, shipping, aviation, the decarbonization of iron, of steel, cement, the chemicals, the petrochemicals, the acceleration of progress on technology on what is needed on electrification, on batteries, on hydrogen, on carbon capture, the aviation and the shipping. So these are all things that, that huge opportunities, but we cannot do it the old way. We all need to work together like never before. So for me, it's all about partnerships. And I say to the private sector people who listen to us, we all need each other. Some of us think we're competitors, but we're not competitors. Maybe we were competitors in the past. Maybe there are some parts of our business where we compete, but there are a lot of parts where we can also leverage each other and work together. And I think we need to be a bit, really innovative in our approach. And for us, that was the idea of what we did in the city of Montreal. Never before an institutional investor had been doing that in Canada. We did that, and I think it's the first of many other projects we will do. And I think this is a model, the model on this light rail train that I've talked about. It's an interesting one because what has happened is the way it's built. It's actually the public sector has accepted that we would have a priority returns. And so of course, we're an institutional investors. We're there. We have a fiduciary obligation with respect to the pensioners, the workers of the province of Quebec. And so we need to provide a return. We're not there for philanthropy, but there's a way to think about it. There's a way to say, okay, how we can all, look at the results and try to get to the results rather than, focusing on of the old process of getting there. We need to start, the chairman of Moderna is a friend of mine, Noubar Afeyan, and he told me, you need to think about the problems you're trying to solve rather than the way to get there. Just think out of the box. Think about the solution you're trying to create, and then you'll get there. And he told me that many years before that he was able to develop the vaccine for the virus, for COVID. And he was right. Like he was thinking differently, and this is why, thank God we had people like Noubar Afeyan really to save us in some ways from this COVID issue. And but thinking differently, and seeing processes differently and partnership differently.
That's very well put. I think compete but collaborate. I think that's a good takeaway for this. Let me move to India now quickly. As you know, we are an emerging economy, and therefore we focus on higher growth. And that's not very easy to achieve, particularly for us, which is a large democratic country. What do you think? Is there anything which you can suggest to facilitate further growth? Because the growth is important for us.
Well, I think it's a very tough question for me to answer, and I'm not sure I'm the best one to answer this, because I think India, as you're doing a lot of very, very good things, and I have so much admiration for the country, and I say it from the bottom of my heart and in a very sincere way. And I think what has been accomplished in India in recent years is really exceptional by any standard. I think it's actually, if I had one personal wish, is coming back to this idea of partnership. We all need to trust each other and to work well with each other. We already do. We've invested, in your countries more than $5 billion over the last 5 years. So there's a lot of trust. There's a lot of partnerships that have been developed, but we need to accelerate this even more. And we need to be very, there are some, a little bit like Warren Buffett says sometimes, there are some, it's a new world, but some of the old rules and what we've learned from the past is also very useful for the future. So the very, very, like solid financial structures are needed. We need we need good foundations for a deal. We need good partnerships. We need a good regulatory framework. We need access to the, good legal framework, good rule of law. We need good governance inside the company, but also with communities. We need this was a message. This is not a message that is very special to India, but this is the message we brought, the business community brought to the G7 leaders recently that I referred to earlier. We said to the G7 leaders, you're facing this problem of inequality and climate change. The answer is a massive, rapid build of infrastructure to address a lot of the issues that we've talked about. The private sector, we said the private sector is there. We have resources, we have the innovation, but we need from you, G7 leaders, to make sure that we have the right legal framework for PPPs, that you create the right conditions for the private sector to play the role, and that actually the governments also all over the planet need to work better with the private sector. In Canada, as in the United States of America, as in Europe, as in India. And I must say on this, we've had a very good relationship with the government of India and Prime Minister Modi, who has been incredibly good for, to actually, and actually very, has been action oriented, and to make sure that the conditions to invest were there, and so we just need to continue to work that way. And there's a bit of an urgency to act and to all over the planet, whether you're in India or in Canada or in the United States. And so that's it's still a macro answer to your question that was more micro, but I think this is how I see it. Whether you're India or elsewhere, I think the same kind of rules and parameters are there. For us in India, we think that, for example, the issue of energy is a very important one. We see a lot of opportunities. You have 38% of your energy that comes from renewable. Demand for energy will grow by 300% by 2040, I think, and then, but you need to go through the transition from coal to other sources of energy quickly as well. So you have that as a goal. You have your program that was launched in 2020 of $1.4 trillion of investment in infrastructure. So we now have in renewables in India, we have 1.8 gigawatt in operations, and we have 5.3 gigawatt that are under construction. We want to do more, and for us, there's I want to say, so you have those objectives in India, this necessity to go through the transition and to produce clean energy quickly, but also for us, we have a very ambitious plan to of a goal by 2025 to reduce our carbon footprint around the world by 25%. So it's aligned with what we're trying to do to actually develop and accelerate the development of partnership in the renewable industry in India. That's an example.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that medicine is the same. It's applicable to around the world, applicable to India also. But I want to quickly pick up the thread on the last point which you made, which is sustainable financing and ESG related points. And I know it is very, very close to your heart. So is for us. We have been a big believer in sustainable finance, and I know CDPQ and you have taken a leadership in that. India is fully committed to this cause. In fact, we have a panel discussion on this topic later today at this event. What are your views on that, on sustainable finance? How could Canada help and CDPQ can help in that?
It's a very good question, Sunil. I was thinking when I was listening to you, the most simple way of how I would put it, I would say it's so important, sustainable finance, that in actually, a lot of people talk about impact investing and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I actually believe within the next 5 to 10 years, we won't be talking about impact investing, or we won't be talking about sustainable finance, because that will be the norm. That will be the normal.
Yeah.
And if you're an investor for the long term, like CDPQ, you need to make sure that actually your investment that you make now is sustainable for the next 30 years. We're not short-term investor. And so what will the world look like in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years is very important to us, not only as citizens, and not only because we do it because we want to deliver a world that is great for our children. Yes, we do that for that, but we do that because it's in our own interest. It is totally aligned with our financial interest.
Yeah.
We need to invest in infrastructure and products and companies that are sustainable and will be there for the long run. And I believe that only those who will contribute to the transition, that will actually respect ESG principles in all sorts of ways, that actually you cannot build an infrastructure without actually having the social license from the community to operate. 20 years ago, you were not talking really about that. Now it's an essential part of the investment. And then you could go on and on and on about all sorts of things. You know, even if you are, with social media now, I mean, just think about that. In the US, more than a third of the consumers are boycotting a brand based on ESG principles.
Yeah.
Look at the millennials. More than 75% of them are willing to pay more to have greener products. I mean, this is where, so the market is asking for it as well. And the pressure, we get pressure from our depositors to actually have a greener portfolio, have a portfolio that respect ESG principles, that we have, give you an example, diversity in the governance of companies we invest in. It's very important. Like, and the world has moved there, whether you're in India, Canada, or in Europe, it's the same thing. And the youth are aspiring to the same thing. And it's the millennials will actually vote with their not only like it will be with their money, with how they consume, and if we don't think about that, that will be there will be, so that's one aspect. And the other aspect obviously is the issue of back to the same issues of inequalities and of the need to quickly fight climate change. So so when you talk about sustainable finance, I think, investors like us are thinking about it a lot. I think you are all look at the program of your agenda, but also, as I said, where we need to act differently, all of us, and we need to think about. So, for example, I'll give you an example from a public, people from the government that are listening to us. The government needs to see the role of the private sector slightly differently than what they've seen before. I'll give you an example. We had this discussion again with the G7 leaders. They were asking if institutional investors, if financial institutions were willing to do more in some frontier markets. Well, we need to all collaborate in a different way to make this happen. Like, and we need instruments. Like, we need to work better to develop projects. We need to work together better to develop the capacity to develop projects that are bankable and that are feasible and that are accepted by communities. We need to actually find ways to de-risk ourselves in some issue, in some context. And sometimes the de-risking is only about knowledge. When an investor doesn't know about something, they tend to actually overestimate the risk and underestimate the opportunities. So there's a lot of that actually what I'm asking the public sector to help us is to do that. And 75 years ago, just think about when the Washington institutions were put together, the World Bank, the IMF, the institutional investors like us did not exist. We were not talking about emerging markets. The role of India was totally different 75 years ago than now. And so we need to act differently, and those institutions need to act differently. I'll tell you, I think the World Bank, I'm a big believer there needs to be a big reform of the World Bank. The World Bank should become a supporter, a catalyst, but not think that they have the preeminent role of investors. I mean, because it's important. The World Bank should become a place where, a McKinsey of infrastructure, where they prepare projects and then the private sector comes in and actually do all sorts of, but that's not the purpose of our discussion, but that's how I see how we need to move in a very different way than what we've done so far.
No, I totally agree. I like your analogy to say that going forward, this will be the norm and not an exception. So that's how it'll move. Finally, and also changing the track a bit, I must say, Marc-Andre, I watched your very interesting interview on Bloomberg. And there are a number of themes which you address there. One of the themes which really fascinated me was your views on globalization. And I couldn't stop myself. I thought I'll request you to share your views here with the audience.
Well, you know, I don't think, like, some people are asking whether globalization will be slowed down or in coming out of this pandemic. I am a believer that that it will be different, but not necessarily slowed down. And I believe, like, you have you have a different focus on supply chains maybe than we've had before. I think, and that's where I think the partnerships will be key going forward. We need more. I mean, I was in Europe a few weeks ago at the Choose France, an event organized by President Macron for foreign investors, and they were, you know, France was President Macron was talking about there was no, saying on one hand there's no place for nationalism in economics, in trade, and on the other hand, though, and that was there will be a need for calibration of that. On the other hand, they were talking a lot about the necessity to build some European supply chain in some very specific areas. Whether they will be successful or not, that's not the point. Is that actually we cannot, I believe globalization is there to stay, will remain, but will be done slightly differently. What we need to avoid in this case is the rise of protectionism. That's why the World Trade Organization is so key, and I'm very excited with the new president, and I'm Ngozi. Dr. Ngozi is a phenomenal person, she will be able to I think gather consensus, or at least try to convene and gather some consensus about some, but we cannot put our heads in the sand either. That the pandemic has changed it doesn't change. It's again a signal. You know, populism existed before the pandemic, and some fear about some supply chains was there before the pandemic. It has only been put on a microscope during the pandemic, and that's what you're going to see. So you're going to see some I think, for example, you'll have more regional organization of supply chains, but let's all work together to make it the exception and make sure that we all benefit from having very clear trade rules that are respected, and we all benefit from a freer flow of goods rather than going back to 40 years ago where there was less free trade and all of that. The mistake we made in maybe in the past, and I was part of I was a very young intern that when for example the US, Canada, Mexico trade agreement, when NAFTA was negotiated in 1991, and I at the time, I'm come from the generation that we all were in very big fan of free trade, and maybe our mistake was to not be clear or admit there were some losers, or like that there were some people that were losing in the equation. And so it is important to understand that, like in America, we've seen that, like the results of the last 2 elections reflect that. There's a need, and it's the same thing in Europe, and it was palpable last week with President Macron. There's a need to calibrate this. I think most people recognize that we're better off in a free trade world with rules that are clear, that, hopefully in some can be enforced and all of that. But on the other hand, we need to understand that, as we've seen during the pandemic, the supply chains were at sometimes, under threats. And we also need to understand that there are some people that have lost in societies, particularly in countries like in some corners of Europe, in some corners of America. And we need to, there's a transition still to be going through. And but I'm very hopeful that we will be able to manage this. I think it takes some leadership, and it takes a lot of. We need to spend more time. Maybe I spent too much time at the UN, and I started to appreciate the fact that just getting together and talking to each other was a victory. But I believe a lot in this, and that's why I'm also I was very excited by the invitation, your invitation, Sunil, and the invitation of FICCI today.
Marc-Andre, we really appreciate your taking the time out to talk to us and participate at this very important event. I do know that this is a vacation time and you are about to proceed on vacation. And I just stole this time from your vacation calendar. CDPQ is doing a lot in India, and we wish the very best to you and your team in India, led by Anita George. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you very much to all of you for listening to this. And I look forward to my visit to India very soon. Thank you very, very much. And we are just, please remember that CDPQ is there for a very long time in India. We're very excited to be there. And we are, as we say in Canada, we're really open for business. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
It has an aura. It radiates energy. And it is India's symbol of prosperity. You see it everywhere. In homes, in pandals, at inaugurations, at companies. The marigold. It announces personal unions and corporate partnerships. The one flower that says, here is someone celebrating a success, a joy, a journey. Besides the marigold, there's yet another Indian symbol of prosperity that's spread across India. National Stock Exchange of India Limited, NSE. The marigold and NSE, two icons of India. One symbolizes prosperity. The other enables it. The year 1994, India was ready. The winds of economic liberalization were flowing across India. It now required an engine of growth. Taking a landscape-changing step, the government, using SEBI as a pivot, roped in key institutions to set up National Stock Exchange. Barriers had been demolished. India had finally connected to India. Entrepreneurs could easily raise capital. Indians across India could now invest in stock markets. In its domestic role, it is India's largest stock exchange and amongst the largest exchanges globally. For international markets and investors, it is the gateway to India's growth story. NSE today is a symbol of national pride. The Nifty 50, the de facto symbol of the direction of the Indian economy, is India's most well-known global financial brand. NSE IFSC at GIFT City, Gujarat is yet another initiative from the Government of India and NSE to bring international flows to India. Beyond achievements, putting purpose before profit. How? By making the markets truly democratic, by ensuring more people participated in the growth of India. But participation in markets required education, so curriculum in schools, investor camps, and international speakers. Today, 25 years later, NSE is ready yet again. Now to facilitate the transition of India's $2.5 trillion economy to a $5 trillion economy. Yes, connecting India to India and further integrating India with other world markets. Because NSE is committed to help India achieve its calling to be amongst the world's largest economies, a nation to be admired. May India always bloom with prosperity.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sunil Sanghai. I'm part of Capital Markets Committee of FICCI. A very warm welcome to this very special session with Dr. Krishnamurthy Subramaniam, Chief Economic Advisor of Government of India. He is not new to us. He has been always obliging us through his address at the CAPM. He has spoken at the previous CAPMs also. Dr. Subramaniam, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much.
When I was putting down this introductory remark for Dr. Subramaniam, I had 3 data points. The first, his very excellent, well-written, impressive profile. The second, my personal interactions with him at various committees, etc., which I've worked with him. And the third was a really interesting one, a TED Talk which I came across, which Dr. Subramaniam delivered. And I found that absolutely fascinating. So, ladies and gentlemen, with his permission, I'm going to talk to you about and pick up some of the points from the TED Talk. And I'm sure you will find it interesting. So with your humble background, with average academic scores during school, you decided to attempt IIT and IIM and PhD from Chicago Booth School. And you succeeded in all of them just because of determination. And therefore, the 4 points which you laid out in your TED Talk are really very impressive. And I want to read those out to here. The first and very important one, to have the courage to live your own story, even when adverse circumstances may cry out for you to just follow the herd. It's so true. The second point, resilience is built not by pursuing instant gratification, but by having the stomach to sacrifices and delay gratification. It's absolutely true. We call it as a long-term greedy. And the third point which you make is follow your own story in pursuit of happiness and not in pursuit of power or pelf. And the final point, do not afraid of failure, even when the best of the metrics and the best of the people tell you that it may be good for you to settle for less. Absolutely brilliant. And because it was fascinating, I thought I would share with everyone. I'm sure our economy is in the safe hands with Dr. Subramaniam, with this background. At this point, I would like to mention, though, that as a reader of economic surveys since the last several years, I really thank you for making it more interesting. And now we wait for the economic surveys rather than getting scared of its weight. In 2020 economic survey, you made a very bold statement on wealth creation. And you laid out your reform agenda in 2020 as well as in 2021 economic survey. And now we see that playing out. And that's really heartening to know, both wealth creation and the reform agenda. We see what's happening in the market. In fact, we had a session, Dr. Subramaniam, on this yesterday, which is entrepreneurship through private capital. And that was the point which was made in the economic survey. With that, may I now hand over to you for your address, Dr. Subramaniam.
Thank you very much, Sunil. I must say I'm very, very humbled by your introduction and the amount of care that you've taken to try and find out something more than what is there in the public domain usually. So I'm really grateful to you for that. Yes, indeed, I am very proud of the background that I come from. It helps me, understand the common person's pain, and maybe it is that background that the one aspect that my father used to always keep saying, when I started learning Sanskrit for the first time in CBSE, you start learning when you were in class 6. He gave me the Bhagavad Gita and asked me to read that. I was barely able to read it, but the Bhagavad Gita as a guide has stayed with me because of that, maybe that gesture of his. And he used to always mention that dharma is what is the most important. And I think as an economic policy maker, it is indeed our dharma to make sure that the taxpayers' money is treated with at least the same respect, ideally even more respect than our own money. And I think that is basically the dharma. All of us here in government, and I must mention that it is always a team effort. I've had the privilege of a lot of support from everyone in being able to bring out the economic surveys. And so, one can only write things. Eventually, decision makers have to make those decisions. And so, the fact that some of those thoughts have been actually, have been listened to is credit to the decision makers themselves. So thank you very much once again for inviting me and providing me this platform to share my thoughts. I'll maybe speak for 20-25 minutes, and I want to focus on primarily on the economic recovery that is on. And yes, it has been impacted by the momentum of the recovery that we were seeing in the second half of the year has been impacted or had been impacted by the second wave. So for a couple of months there was some lowering of that momentum, but we are again picking up steam. So one thing I will mention, all through in giving my assessments, not only before the pandemic, but after the pandemic as well, I have relied on evidence. And I will also, in some sense, I've had the privilege of being able to walk what I actually spoke about in the TED Talk, which is, to have the conviction actually. So I, for instance, have not been drawn into a lot of the doomsday predictions that had been made about the economy, around last March, April, etc., by many commentators. Based on my own conviction, my own understanding of the Indian economy, and the data that we track close to 60 high-frequency indicators. I have considered it my duty to actually, give a assessment that I think is right, and even if that may be actually different from the herd. Here I'm reminded of a couple of behavioral biases that behavioral economics talks about. One is oftentimes during periods of extreme uncertainty, it is human tendency to try and herd with and be part of the crowd, and as a result, even balanced assessments oftentimes can appear more optimistic. So I think that is a bias that I must mention. And secondly, oftentimes a lot of assessments suffer from what is called the saliency bias, which is that the latest observation is taken into account a lot more than the trend that is prevailing. And I will use the example because this is take for instance our assessments and compare it to, for instance, the IMF's assessment. At the start of the year there was 12.5%, and then they've brought it down to 9.5%. If you look at RBI's assessment or our own assessments, and our assessment has been that this impact of the second wave will not be as large, and we had kept it. So we didn't go as aggressive as to say that the growth will be 12.5%. Nor do we now think that the revision should be as large as they have done, which is some of the saliency bias that I want to highlight, which as analysts, as commentators, we have to be careful about. With those couple of caveats, let me actually get into some of the details. I think first point that I want to mention is that the economy in the last year indeed had a V-shaped recovery. Now, when you unpack and look across sectors, etc., we can possibly debate about some of the other aspects. But at the macroeconomic level, when you look at GDP growth or several other indicators. And for those who actually would like to see the evidence, I would suggest take a look at the latest, the economic survey and the May edition of the monthly economic report. Every month, the Ministry of Finance brings out this report. So take a look at the very first chart in the monthly economic report. So after the 24.4% decline in the first quarter, India actually had indeed a V-shaped recovery. And those of you who track my media interactions will recall that after the first quarter results were out, I did mention that by looking at the high frequency indicators, there is a V-shaped recovery that is on, and we are glad that that indeed transpired. 7.5% for Q2, 0.4% for Q3, and 1.6% for Q4. And there as well, actually, there is a story within the story which we have to acknowledge. For the third and the fourth quarter, the GVA change is a much better indicator of economic performance, because GDP is GVA plus taxes minus subsidies. Because of the high subsidies in the pandemic year and the backloading of that in Q3 and Q4, as well as the change in the accounting, the Government of India's accounting, as mentioned in the budget, all off balance sheet items being brought on balance sheet. The GVA change is a much better reflection of the economic performance for the third and fourth quarter. So if you take that and assess it, actually third and fourth quarter is 1.6% and 3.7%. And I must mention that if you actually go and look at the 4 quarters in the pandemic, India is the only country that has registered 2 consecutive quarters of growth, only country. And I think that is actually indicative of the resilience of the Indian economy, which is basically what has led to the V-shaped recovery. In the fourth quarter as well, the emphasis on capital expenditures, which is one of the key aspects of our policy initiative, because capex-driven growth actually leads to sustained economic growth, as we had shown in the 2018-19 survey. So if you look at the Q4 numbers, for instance, the gross fixed capital formation to GDP ratio, which is a measure of the investment rate in the economy, was at a 6.5-year high. At 34.3%, was a 6.5 quarter high. In other words, highest among the highest in the last 26 quarters. The result of that was construction activity grew at almost 15%, which is really important from job creation in the informal sector, because especially the urban poor really are involved in construction activities, and jobs in the informal sector are created a lot by the construction activity. So it growing at 14.5%, almost 15%, was salient, which led to consumption itself growing at 2.7% after 3 quarters of decline in consumption. And similarly, the contact sensitive sectors, actually, after having registered degrowth in the high double digits in previous 3 quarters, registered a degrowth of only 2.3%. If you look at the GST numbers as well, starting from September onwards, and GST number is something that we all must track very closely, because it's a consumption-based tax. GST is a consumption-based tax, and therefore it is actually a revealed preference measure. It reveals the actual consumption that is happening in the economy, because there's nothing better than actual money compared to survey measures can have biases, but actual money that is paid as consumption tax is revealing of consumption. So the fact that every month starting from September onwards, GST was at least 1 lakh crores and hitting the record high of 1.4 lakh crore for the transactions for the month of March. In the month of the June, the numbers that have come, 92,000 crores, which is for transactions in the month of May. Even that at 92,000 crores actually tells you that therefore the impact of the second wave actually is not as pronounced as was the impact of the first wave, primarily because the second wave was much shorter in duration, about 6 to 8 weeks, because the rise was very steep. The decline has been as steep as well. As a result, while the first wave extended for 6 months, the second wave was for 6 to 8 weeks. Second, restrictions were placed at the state level. As a result, they were asynchronous in time. and they were also heterogeneous in their intensity as well. Essentials were not impacted. Interstate activity was also not impacted. So the GST numbers are basically reflecting that as well. So the first point, therefore, I want to mention is that there has been a V-shaped recovery in the last year. Yes, when you start unpacking across some sectors, especially listed firms, large firms have done really well. They have deleveraged. Their bottom lines have improved. But some of the smaller firms are impacted more. Similarly, people at the at the bottom of the pyramid have been impacted more, especially in urban areas, urban poor. So some commentators will say therefore it's a K-shaped recovery, given that some people but that's more at the sectoral level. At the macro level, clearly it's been a V-shaped recovery, and the government has indeed taken steps to actually address some of those sectors that are particularly impacted, and we can talk about that if there are some questions specifically relating to that. But I think the major point is that the recovery has been sound. There has been the momentum of that actually has been affected. For instance, counterfactually or hypothetically, if the second wave had not happened, the momentum would have continued, and actually that may have been. But the second wave indeed did happen, was devastating from the health perspective, but from the economic perspective, impact has not been as large. And the next point I want to make actually is there is a talk of third wave, and I think we all need to continue following all the COVID protocols. But I have 2 points to make from the perspective of the economy, in the context of a third wave. First, as it has been the case, across the globe, economic prospects are inextricably linked to the pandemic itself. And so, what is the likelihood of a third wave and how intense will it be is very important for us to understand before we can actually, anticipate or project on the economic impact. So here I would like to, first let me admit that I am not the expert. I'm a consumer of the research on epidemiology, voracious consumer albeit, but still not the producer of such research, unlike in economics. And so I'm not the expert. Please do follow the directions that come from epidemiologists, but I'm going to give an assessment based on my reading of the data, in this area. So firstly, we have vaccinated close to 45 crore people now. And which is about 40% of the of the adult population. That's point number one. One shot. Secondly, the ICMR survey serological prevalence is about 67% across the country and 70% in urban areas. Urban areas are important because from the economic perspective. Now, Lancet and British Medical Journal, there are articles that have come over the last few months showing that even in the context of the Delta Plus variant, if people have been, have antibodies, in other words, they have they've been infected and they've gotten one shot, then that is basically equivalent to the immunity received from 2 shots. Also, other research similarly published in these outlets suggests that once you get infected, the antibodies stay for about at least 6 months. Some say show it's about 8 months. So I think when you take all this into account and our target to really vaccinate the entire adult population by December, by which time, at least till that time, the impact of the antibodies actually from infection must stay. When you put these together, you start seeing that we may be close to herd immunity. This is not to say that we should not follow COVID protocols. I think we should be following, but we should actually, while taking all the necessary care, as they say in risk management, if you have to have return, you have to take well managed. You have to manage your risk well. So, follow all the protocols, but at the same time, do keep in mind that some of these statistics suggest that the intensity of a third wave, if it happens, may not be that large. Here, if you look at UK, for instance, compare the second wave and the third wave, the deaths were proportional to their cases in the second wave. But third wave, if you look at, in actual cases, the first 50 days, The numbers for cases are almost identical for second wave and third wave in the UK, but deaths are much, much smaller, and hospitalizations are also much, much smaller. So I think this is something which you have to keep in mind. So as a result, sum and substance of this is that even if there is a third wave, I think these facts suggest that the intensity of that may be lower. That's point number one. Second, as was with the second wave, the economic impact was much smaller because, not only India, but other countries have actually learned how to minimize the economic impact by having restrictions more at the local levels, state levels, etc. So, the learnings from the second wave will be useful even if there is a third wave. So bottom line, even if there is a third wave, the intensity may be lower, but do keep in mind, follow epidemiologists, guidance, not mine. And second, that the economic impact therefore should be much lower, and we may be very close to herd immunity therefore. So I think contact sensitive sectors, etc., the demand there can actually start increasing. So that's sort of the in terms of the pandemic itself. So our assessment is that the growth projections that we have done for the budget's growth projection of 10.5%, we should be in that ballpark. And I'm not saying that we may have exactly that number, but we should be, the growth should be in that ballpark. And so we should have a high growth rate, for this year. And now let me just, and this will be the last part of my, my thoughts, and then we can have questions. So in terms of the growth prospects itself, and here I think the most important thing to take into account when we talk about growth prospects, there are two parts that I want to, focus on. One is the policy itself that we are doing, that we have implemented. That policy itself has two parts to it, which is the capex driven, growth, which, as we know, capex, and as I talked about from the fourth quarter numbers, capex creates demand in the informal sectors, and that is important because informal sector is the one that actually, gets impacted usually, in crisis like this. So capex driven recovery therefore actually is quite important. That's one part of the policy push. Second part is all the supply side and reforms that, whether it's labor reform, the, enterprise policy focused on the private sector, the, PLI scheme for exports, the liberalization of, in several sectors, power, for instance, mining, cryptography, defense production, these are all these actually opening up of many of those sectors. When you put all these together, lots of reforms actually, and I will mention on the reforms that a lot of people now romantically look back 30 years, ago. I was a student then actually, because, an engineering student, but because of my interest in economics, used to read, the pink newspapers. And I remember that, while now we can romantically reminisce, at that time when the reforms were being done, there was intense opposition to those reforms, including from the ruling party itself. There was a particular trio of people in the, in the ruling party, very senior people, whom I don't want to name, but I'm sure, there are enough books that talk about them, who were vehemently opposed to the reforms in the ruling party itself. And, only a few people saw the benefits that actually will come from those reforms. Most people were actually far more, doubtful about the positive impact. And I think there is an important learning there. There are, some people who actually may not be as convinced about the impact of these reforms. But I think, at least when one talks to industry folks and those of us, in the government, we are absolutely convinced that these reforms are as path-breaking as the 1991 reforms itself, and will indeed have the impact on investment and on productivity itself. So the combination of a rise in investment, and productivity, I expect that from in FY23, we expect growth between 6.5% to 7% and accelerate there, thereafter to go towards 8%. And here, I must mention that you will hear about terms like hysteresis, etc., which is oftentimes used to assess advanced economies. And actually, I say this having, followed the research in this very, very carefully. I think it's important to understand the difference between hysteresis that happens in an advanced economy and that in a country like India, emerging economy, where there's a lot more, the informal sector. Hysteresis happens when you have actually balance sheets that come really under stress. The cost of financial distress manifests. You have basically firms therefore not being able to carry out their operations. That's primarily not being able to carry out their operations because of the cost of financial distress. This happens for formal sector firms who have balance sheets actually. Now, the good thing in the Indian context is that the formal sector actually has done pretty well through the crisis, and so this part of hysteresis that is applicable for advanced economies is something that should be quite low for the Indian economy. As for the informal sector, when you think about production using both labor and capital, it's far more labor intensive. They use much less capital and far more labor. And as a result, when economic activities come back, they can immediately start, operations and sort of get back to, and oftentimes even a lot of informal mechanisms that actually, thereby sort of cushion some of this impact, and something that we must keep in mind when we talk about the, and I think that is sort of a very important aspect generally, especially commentators who read literature from the advanced economies. It is important to read that, but at the same time also extrapolate and take into account the differences. Economic trade-offs and economic phenomena remain the same across countries, but when institutional features and boundary conditions are different, the impacts may be different, which is something we have to keep in mind. So overall, therefore, I do think that we should be able to actually hit high growth rates, through higher investment rates and more productivity from privatization, asset monetization, the increase in size of firms, exports, etc. Going forward. So I'm convinced that this decade will be a decade of really high growth for India. With those words, let me thank the organizers once again for inviting me, and I'd be happy to take questions.
This was absolutely brilliant, Dr. Subramanian. I will turn to Mr. Dilip Shenoy, Secretary General of FICCI, for his interaction with you. But there are a couple of points which I wanted to make.
Yeah, please, Mr. Sangay, you can take the question answer session. I'll thank him towards the end if you can moderate the question answer session, right?
Okay, that's brilliant. In the lighter vein, like you, I have been also reading the pink newspaper, but those days, I think, if I recall it correctly, the color is to be white. So,
you got me there.
So one point I saw, I realized I was keeping the time that almost 80% of your speech was focused on pandemic. It's so important. It is because it is so important. It's overarching the entire impact on the economy. And that is precisely the reason we started the day today with a session on vaccination with Dr. Krishna Ella of Bharat Biotech. He spent an hour with us. And he said the same thing, 45 crores people have been vaccinated. He also said that, look, if we do not see intense wave 3, then by Diwali, we should be okay. He also said that he is in advanced stages of working on 2 to 12 years age bracket, where hopefully that vaccine should come out. So that's progressing well. And once that comes, then we will be able to cover the other part of the population also. So that should give a lot of comfort and therefore to the economy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm firstly, Sunil, I'm glad that, two independent opinion. I have, not had any interactions with him. So, his assessment and my assessment independently, of course, he is the expert, in this area. I am, as I said, only a consumer of this research, but I think it's very, it gives a lot of confidence to, to all of us to see that independent assessments are actually similar. I think there is a good likelihood that while maintaining the necessary caution, we can, get back to normal economic activity. And I think it's a matter of just following some of the simple protocols, right? Simple aspects, make sure we actually have the mask and maintain distance. I think, it's, and of course, washing hands, etc. With that, we can resume, normal activity in a lot of aspects. And the third wave actually may not be that intense at all. I think, so it's very gratifying actually to hear you summarize what happened in the first session. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to send his video, but he dealt with a lot of things. He talked about nasal vaccine, which is progressing very well and it's very easy to administer. The transportation, storage, all of that becomes easy in that case. And then he also talked about for children, he talked about the next level and all of that, and Delta variant as well. He gave a lot of inputs on the Delta variant. And I think one could derive a lot of comfort, and you can definitely put those thinking in your economic policies and all. One question, I'm getting some questions also, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any question, please send it in through the chat box or through one of our colleagues so that we can put it up here. One question which is coming up, and I guess this is from media. You touched upon IMF, which has just happened. IMF's view on they've revised the number downward a bit because of the wave 2, as you rightly mentioned. But there is also a chatter review about inflation. Okay, when at some point of time we might get into the inflationary situation. What's your view around that? Because that may have an implication on overall growth, plus also on the capital market.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I'm going to take it in two parts. One on global inflation and second on domestic inflation. I think global inflation, there are multiple factors at play. Of course, because except India, most other countries, their policies have all been demand driven. And we know from Econ 101, when you only increase demand without changing supply, then you do face the prospect of a price rise and inflation. And that's where India has been different, that we've actually focused on supply and on demand in a more directed manner. So I'll come to that when I talk about domestic inflation, but globally that's one part. But at the same time, while the United States seems to be well positioned for high growth, there are some question marks, at least in my mind, with some of the other advanced economies. So there is some opposing forces there, which we actually, when we look at it in terms of commodity prices and global commodity prices and global inflation itself. But I think, on balance, taking into account all these factors, this year global inflation will be higher than what we've seen for a while. That is my assessment. As for inflation in India, I think there are a couple of aspects that we must keep in mind. One, if you go back to the period during the first wave, for 9 months, we had inflation that was above 6%. So on average, during that time, it was about between 6 to 6.5, that kind of, so for 9 months, it was above 6%. And that was primarily because of the supply side frictions that manifested. For instance, just take a very common thing that if you have onions that have to be shipped, let's say from somewhere in Maharashtra to, let's say, to Madhya Pradesh, somewhere, let's say, in Madhya Pradesh, then they have to travel, these trucks have to travel in the night. And when night travel actually does not happen, then there will be wastage, which then basically reduces supply. And demand being, some of these actually demand does not change that fast. So reduction in supply, demand remaining the same, you actually have price increases. So that's sort of an illustration of the supply side frictions that that manifest due to some of the necessary steps that had to be taken during the pandemic. The second wave, did have some of those restrictions, but as we discussed earlier, the duration of the second wave was lower. And as we discussed, actually the overall restrictions are also lower and were heterogeneous across states. So I do think, therefore, that the May and June prints that have come above 6%, I anticipate that maybe this month or next month, I anticipate it should be less than 6%. With reasonable probability, I expect this month also the print to come to be less than 6%. When the May print had come, had come 6.4%, I had mentioned internally that this should moderate, even with in deliberations, with regulators as well. And I think and if you saw, the sequential momentum did go down, and the core inflation also has decreased. So I think so far the assessment and what has transpired seems to be actually in sync. Which gives me confidence that going forward as well, inflation should be range bound. Despite some of the rise in commodity prices, etc., I think it should be within the range for domestic inflation. I think it's likely to be more between 5 and 6%, but certainly will be in the range of basically 2 to 6%.
So within the tolerance limit of RBI, 4 plus 2
exactly
plus 2
exactly.
minus, yeah. So
4 plus minus 2. 4 plus minus 2. Yeah.
Plus minus 1. What I'm trying to do is there are several questions, so I'm just going to put them in the themes, and I don't think we have time for more than two. One theme which is related to, I think, what they're trying to ask, international partnership. Essentially, they're asking around China, that all that which is happening with China, and how do you see both investment and trade with China getting impacted in some bit? How do you see that having an impact on the economy?
So this is sort of I'm giving an assessment for how the COVID and related aspects will sort of affect the world order. My sense is that, and if you can see even from some recent, some statements yesterday and today, you can see that there is a cleavage, into two sets of countries. One, those that are transparent democracies that will play by the rule of law, and second, those that are non-democracies, a lot more opaque, and possibly not ones that are actually, known for playing by the rule of law, at least international, in international fora. I think, there will be a separation along those lines. And if you look at the, the initiative on the Quad and, some of those aspects, again, this is also, I will caution that I am not a global policy expert. I'm not a foreign policy expert, but this is based on, again, reading of that's the expectation that I have. As a result, I think India will benefit, therefore, from trading, with countries that are far more sympathetic to, to basically the kind of values that we espouse. And I think that is the way I foresee, this aspect.
As I said, we have just time for one more. So let me just package 2-3 themes into one. So I guess what they're trying to ask, because we had Secretary Deepam yesterday at the conference, and he sounded very positive about the disinvestment program, etc. In case there is a revenue shortfall, and there's a question around BPCL and all of that, if there is a shortfall in disinvestment, and therefore there would be a shortfall on the revenue, though there is a makeup happening from the GST collection, we'll have to see for the next few months. What's the thought? Because in any case, deficit is so high, there is very little room really to bridge that gap. Maybe then the expenditure cut, which will then impact the economy negatively. and I'm sure you are thinking about it every day. If you want to share, and before I hand over to SG, I would definitely want some peek into the next economic survey, because we are always interested in that.
So your second question, let me mention it off immediately. It's too early. As for let me mention my overall assessment, and I'll give you the reasons for that assessment. I don't anticipate us breaching that 6.8% fiscal deficit target. Number one. Number two, Sunil, I would want to correct that this perception that it is too high. It's not actually. If you look at it from the perspective of if you take IMF Fiscal Monitor, for instance, and look at our peers, right? If anything, we actually are much more comfortable on that aspect, because we have been very judicious in the way we have basically done the fiscal interventions. And as I had mentioned in written in an article in the Times of India as well, we've used a lot more of the information from the financial sector to really direct the the interventions. And having learned from some of the mistakes that happened after the global financial crisis, where unconditional revenue expenditure really actually created a triple whammy of very high inflation, runaway inflation, high fiscal deficit, much higher than peer economies, and very high current account deficit, which eventually led to the taper tantrum. So based on that, actually we have we've done what we think is absolutely important, actually, and which is and we've done the needful, in my opinion, on the fiscal side, directed it very carefully. As for possibility of cut in expenditure, I will mention that is also quite unlikely, because see, there are one of the key things that actually, and among the budgets that I was part of, this budget I will say gave me the maximum satisfaction, because this was a budget really of under promising and trying to over deliver. For instance, the 1.75 lakh crore disinvestment revenue does not include the privatization of the 2 public sector banks or the insurance company. Similarly, among the non-tax receipts, any revenue that is likely to come from asset monetization, and recently we had some work on this being done by Niti Aayog as well. And there is a likelihood of some reasonable proceeds from asset monetization as well, which has not been factored in. So apart from the fact that overall, if we look at the advanced tax payments itself, which look pretty pretty promising, on the corporate tax side. Direct taxes and indirect taxes, as you mentioned in your question itself, I do anticipate that from the coming, from this month onwards, we should be getting back to 1 lakh crore plus again. And I think we should be able to get the average of September 2020 to March 2021, that average we should be able to get. So when you put those together, direct taxes, which actually are looking much better, indirect taxes, your GST, we haven't, factored in the either the privatization or in the financial sector or any proceeds from asset monetization. These are all basically, these will be the icing on the cake, some things that, so there is, there is headroom clearly, in this aspect. And so I don't anticipate us either breaching the fiscal deficit or cutting down on expenditure. If anything, and you must have everybody, I'm sure, would have tracked the statements by the Honorable Finance Minister that we are looking to front load the capital expenditure, and do it as much in Q2 and Q3. Rather than wait for Q4, so that some of the big effects that we saw in Q4 of last year, which I mentioned, the construction activity, the consumption, the intensive sectors, your contact intensive sectors, etc. When you put those together, the reason we want to front load the capital expenditures is so that same effects we can have it in Q2 and Q3 as well. So bottom line, I don't expect us breaching 6.8%. nor do I expect us to actually, cut down on expenditures, especially on the capital expenditures. Some pruning on the revenue expenditures, which was already had started some bit, only on the wasteful spending, but certainly not on capex. Given the clear buy-in and the conviction in the government that capex is incredibly important for sustained recovery.
That's very reassuring.
So thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. I know that you have another engagement to go to, and therefore, first of all, I must tell everyone here that the last time we met was physically in the FICCI office, and that was just at the start of the second wave. And while he was delivering the Netaji Memorial lecture that time, all the calls I was getting was for hospital admissions and hospital beds from various people, and it became very distracting. And really apologies for that, but nobody knew at that point of time how sharp and vicious the second wave would be there. But in your usual very nice style, saying that you're relying on other people's data, other people's analysis, especially in the healthcare thing, and we are aware of how you push the IIT team with McKinsey to give you some early indicators of the second wave there. You have very nicely reassured us that the third wave, if possible, may not be as intense or as hard hitting on the health front as well as the economic front for India. There you've actually raised expectations of 6.8 to 7 to even 8% growth FY23 going forward. You said it was early for the economic survey, but I think from Mr. Sanghai's point of view, he would be looking at do we have the adequate capital infrastructure and capital resources for becoming a $5 trillion economy going forward. You have done a lot of work on this, and we have discussed this earlier. But I think the bottom line is really how do we find out-of-box solutions for raising capital resources for India's development process going forward. Thank you for your reassuring words on inflation. A lot of industry was worried about the inflation. You actually have talked about it there. As usual, very simply put, deep messages, and it's always a pleasure listening to you and interacting with you. And you actually in your question and answers, you're direct and candid, and give us a lot of hope for the future. So thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy Subramaniam, for being with us this afternoon. And thank you, Sunil Sanghai, Abha, Chiku, and Jyoti for putting this together.
Thank you very much, Dilip. And thanks, everyone. Stay healthy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Please start, ma'am.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome once again to yet another session at the CAPM 2021. The session, as you know, is on sustainable finance, a huge value at stake. Sustainability has rapidly gained significance across markets globally, and we're delighted to have this discussion on the growing importance of sustainable finance at this CAPM edition against the background of India's sustainability targets for 2030. Pace of ESG adoption in India has accelerated, and there is a lot of consciousness arising across stakeholders in this. And regulators, of course, have also been making policies to strengthen ESG reporting, etc. The example of BRSR, which the SEBI is working on, being made mandatory for India's top 1,000 listed companies from FY 22-23 is one of those. Again, leading public and private funds with significant India exposure have committed a shift to ESG-focused portfolios. Company leaders are incorporating ESG into their mission and values, endeavoring to fully integrate into the strategy and operations of their companies. 4 out of 5 Nifty 50 firms have voluntarily made their ESG compliance data public. And in the FICCI report that we released yesterday, sir, McKinsey has pegged India's sustainable funding requirement at $2 trillion by 2030. And this indeed calls for new ways to consider financing and investing in ESG initiatives. And the good news is that corporates with higher ESG ratings are showing superior financial and non-financial performance, and ESG investments are increasing and outperforming the broader markets. So against this positive note, very happy to welcome, sir, to have you amidst us for this very session. Just as a quick introduction, we all know Mr. Rajaraman is an IAS officer, having served in various administrative positions in areas of investment promotion, FDI, public sector undertakings, etc. And he's also spearheading the role at DA on the task force of sustainable finance, the very topic that we are discussing today. And out of my personal experience, we've had several opportunities to work with him across various aspects of his role at DEA. And each time we've had commendable support from him in driving the agenda in a very positive and appropriate direction. This is one in other areas, sir, which we'll be kind of working with you very closely on, and really look forward to your support going forward here as well. And with these words, sir, may I hand it over to you for your keynote address. So, Mr. Rajaraman, please.
Thank you, and good evening to all of you. And I'm very happy to be part of this discussions today on various ways of raising capital for a developing country like India, where the development needs are substantial and varied. So one of them obviously is sustainable finance. I mean, given the fact that that though this topic of sustainable finance has been around for a long time, I guess COVID has acted as the big global reset. I mean, in the sense that normally it is only in times of crisis that people sit back and then look at reality in realistic terms. I mean, so sometimes the market goes or leads us in a direction that sometimes takes us from the real to the unreal. So probably COVID has been beneficial in that respect. I mean, it has probably made the world get shocked out of its business as usual approach, and has brought back the green agenda in a very substantial way. So I mean, as we are all aware, I mean, I think the G20, which is a very important forum in the sense that it accounts for a significant percentage of the world's GDP, and also the population, has taken this topic in a very important way. I mean, I think, in fact, for the first time under the Italian presidency, we have a working group on sustainable finance, which has been created, which is looking into all aspects of sustainable finance, especially in terms of climate finance disclosures by companies, and also the aspects of making available finance available at an affordable rate for developing countries and low-income countries. So this is expected to actually gain momentum as we towards the end of the year, when COP26 meets and takes a look at some of these recommendations made by the G20 as part of the International Climate Convention, which happened very recently, subsequent to the finance ministers and central bank governors meet. So as a result of all this international traction that sustainable finance is getting, we are very sure that more and more work will be done to give effect to a global framework, which will probably enable both parties, both on the demand side and supply side, to work in a trustworthy manner, so as to grow this market. I mean, already, if you look at it during the COVID period, a lot of the funds, which are there, I think, like, for instance, sovereign wealth funds or pension funds, and many other insurance funds, and a lot of other very large funds, have actually changed their investment goals. I mean, in the sense that they have declared greater allegiance to ESG investing, and therefore we have found that during the COVID period, a lot of fundraising has happened in ESG, which I think is very substantial, and it gives hope that probably a lot of this fund will also eventually flow into India. So, but obviously, I mean, some of the issues relating to the demand side and the supply side need more clarity, especially on the issues of taxonomy of all the activities that get undertaken and get classified as ESG, and also in terms of the disclosures which companies make, about which you spoke, which Jyoti spoke. So essentially, these are some of the market-related, information asymmetries, which probably need to be set right in course of time if this market has to deepen and grow. So the role of the regulators here is very, very significant, and we believe that all the regulators are also in the path of creating, of developing a very effective understanding of the issues involved in sustainable finance, and enable the market and lay down standards and regulations which enable the market to grow in a very organized and systematic fashion. Now, if you look at India's progress, all of us are aware that the nationally determined contributions are our commitments to the Paris Agreement, and climate constitutes one very important aspect of climate, important aspect of ESG. So the National Action Plan on Climate Change has been strengthened on the lines of NDCs, and we have, in fact, very recently the Union Environment and Forest Minister and Minister for Climate Change has made a very strong statement in the International Climate Convention on where India stands, and India has actually made great contributions to in achieving the NDCs in a very significant way, especially in terms of the renewable energy targets and so on and so forth. There are a lot of other things where I think that there is a lot of progress. So we believe that all this efforts where we are looking at implementation of the Paris goals that we have already committed to as part of the NDCs require a lot of financing, a very significant amount of financing in both the power sector, which is the most significant sector as far as climate is concerned, in terms of the transportation sector, which is next contributor or the second largest contributor in terms of emissions, and so on and so forth, and also the manufacturing and the construction sector. So I am very sure that these opportunities are manifold, and the Paris Accord and the COP26 discussions, aided and assisted by the G20 discussions, will only help us to actually push ourselves forward towards deepening the ESG finance market in India, which will lead us to fulfill a lot of these commitments that we have taken. Now, in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, I think the 2030 agenda, of which all of us are aware, is also a very important component of this financing effort. And we believe that all this put together will evolve in period of time leading to a deepening of this ESG finance market in India. Now, under the climate finance financing requirement, the international the developing countries are actually committed for nearly about $100 billion of annual financing for developing countries, and there are reports that something like 60 to 80 billion dollars are being plowed into developing and LICs every year. But though, of course, there is a debate as to whether this money is actually coming in. So therefore, the long and short story, which I would like to say, in the global front, there is enough happening for us to assure ourselves that this market is changing for the good, and there is a lot of merit in all of us, especially the market participants and the regulators here in India, in taking the bull by the horns and looking at standardizing the market so as to enable receipt of larger amounts of ESG investing from abroad, and also to create the appetite for green investments amongst the investors in India. So I think that so we need to break up this market into two parts: one, the global suppliers of capital, and the domestic suppliers of capital. While the global suppliers of capital obviously would be driven by all these forces which I just talked about, and I'm sure that there's a very clear traction or movement towards the greening of the financial networks abroad. whereas in terms of the local financial market or the local supply of capital, I think the HNIs and the institutional finance, I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. I think so in terms of creating the appetite for or making a business case for green financing. So therefore, we as a result we have a fairly undeveloped green finance market in India. I would say, take the case of the green bond market. I think there is a lot of work that needs to be done to deepen these markets in India, and there is need for creating both from the demand side, the demand for green finance instruments. So I feel that the role played by the industry, the users of capital or the recipients of capital, to demonstrate that the end use of capital would be assured in the manner that the issuers would like it to be, and also to also demonstrate that perhaps while not all suppliers of capital would probably live with a discount on their expectations of return on investment. The market at large believes that especially the Indian suppliers of capital look for demonstration that this is also a sound an investment case. So therefore, there is no doubt that some of our green investment portfolios, which include renewable investments and so on and so forth, have demonstrated their ability to return capital. Of course, over the long term. So, but there is a need for actually to have more and more use cases of successful application of finance to the green development sector, demonstrating that it also would generate market return rates of return to sufficient enough to enthuse the suppliers of capital. Now, if you look at the other developments in the market, obviously, some of them include things like, say, what has been happening on a voluntary basis. Like, for instance, recently, as Jyoti has put it, large companies have put out reports which disclose a lot of their lot of data on the climate related aspects of their business. The SEBI's BRSR directive also has enabled a lot of this data to come out to the market. So we believe that a lot of these efforts, both voluntary, driven by the need to actually convince the market that that their business has a case for green investing. There is also a drive from the regulator on a mandatory basis. So we hope that this dual track will help the market to come out with sound disclosure standards, which enable the investors to to assure themselves that the investments they make are really green or social or in the governance sectors as they have as they believe they are. Now, I would also like to talk about on the sustainability side. The government of India also made a budget announcement relating to the social stock exchange, wherein a forum or a platform is to be developed to enable the market to raise money for sustainable development goals. And this the report is under examination, and we hope that between the regulator and the government very soon we should be able to launch the exchange, enabling the market to raise finance for various purposes, including areas such as impact investing. India is also a founder member of the International Platform on Sustainable Finance, which is a European Commission-led platform to scale up environmentally sustainable private investments. And IPSF is a relatively new initiative, and I hope along with the G20 and the COP26, we should be able to create greater pressure for the greater emergence of global standards on disclosures and taxonomies and so on and so forth. So I would end by saying that the government of India has also taken a very important initiative by setting up a task force on sustainable finance. The task force has set up a couple of working groups on taxonomy and on disclosures, etc. We hope that probably by the end of the year we would have some recommendations which enable the government as well as the regulators to push ahead with some of the reforms that the market is required to enable greater flow of investments into India, and also to unlock a lot of the investment opportunities that are available in the sustainable financing sector. Now, I would also like to say that while we talk about climate-related financing, which is very, very important, I mean, the sustainable development goals are extremely important from a particular perspective of infrastructure, because I think India, as you're all aware, I mean, has put out a target of investing about 111 lakh crores in infrastructure over the next 4 to 5 years, and this under the National Infrastructure Pipeline, a large percentage of this infrastructure is in the direction of implementing or fulfilling the sustainable development goals. So this National Infrastructure Pipeline would also have a very substantial requirement of financing, debt financing as well as equity financing, and a lot of it will be in the water sector, in renewable energy, in sustainable transportation, and so on and so forth. So this is a major opportunity, and we hope that the possibility of the setting up of the Development Financial Institution, which is also expected to help in deepening the bond market, will also lead to deepening a creation of a very robust green bond market in India, because that's very important at the end of the day to create green instruments which inspire confidence amongst all the market participants. So we hope that all these initiatives, including the DFI and the National Infrastructure Pipeline, will help the growth of this sustainable finance market. I would also finally close by saying that while on the debt side, I think a lot of work needs to be done, because our number of green bond issuances have been quite limited. We also need a substantial amount of green equity financing, and we are very happy also as part of the government National Infrastructure Fund. I mean, there is a green platform, the Green Growth Equity Fund, which has been set up, which actually has, along with in coordination or in collaboration with the CDC DFID of UK, to support a lot of green and sustainable activities, include renewable energy financing, sustainable transportation financing, etc., etc. So, I mean, we only hope that in the coming years or the coming months and years, a lot more traction is available to actually to develop more such platforms, which will look at some of these opportunities in the climate and sustainable investing sectors, especially in the areas of equity financing. So with these few words, I end, and I wish the conference all success. We hope that your conference comes up with substantial recommendations on how we may accelerate the growth of the market from various perspectives, both from the role the market participants can perform, as well as in terms of what policymakers and regulators can contribute by updated and standardization of regulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You've given us a peep into, I think, vast amount of work which is happening across departments and within Government of India. It's amazing kind of in-depth work which is happening. It's not just a session that we are doing on sustainable finance. There is a work which is happening in FICCI on a regular basis. We also have ESG task force, and two of the members of the ESG task force, Amit and Govind, are present here, and we'll be very happy to interact with you on the work which is happening in the sustainable task force and come up with, to understand what's happening and how we can contribute to those discussions. So with these words, thank you very much, sir, for joining in today for this session and for your keynote address. So may I now request, Mr. Suman Chaudhary from Equity to kindly make your remarks, please. Over to you, Mr. Chaudhary.
Sure. So let me share the presentation first. Thank you. Is it visible?
While you're putting up your presentation, after Mr. Chaudhary is done, Amit, may I request you to kindly take the discussions forward with the panel?
Okay. 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 Good afternoon to Sri Rajaraman, my fellow speakers, and everyone in the audience. It's a pleasure to be participating in this session on sustainability finance, and I would like to thank FICCI for this opportunity. Clearly, ESG and sustainability finance have become much more than buzzwords today, and their significance in the investment world is actually increasing faster than what many market participants would like to think. Before I go into the landscape on sustainability finance, let me quickly give you a brief on the Equita Group, which I represent. Equita Ratings is a rating agency with a vintage of 16 years. We had started an SME rating agency in 2005, but became a full licensed credit rating agency in 2012. We have assigned over 8,700 ratings since 2012 for not just bank loans, but also bonds and other structured debt instruments. One of the distinguishing aspects for us is our strong institutional ownership, which includes major domestic financial institutions, as you can see here, as well as Dun & Bradstreet, which is a global data and analytics company. One of the important milestones for us last year has been the setting up of India's first ESG rating company, ESGrisk.ai, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Equita Ratings. ESG Risk has already produced ESG assessments for the top 500 listed companies of India. So coming back, rapid economic growth and the growing world population have put enormous pressures, as we all know, on the natural ecosystem over the last few decades. Further, there are also increasing concerns on social inequities the world over due to the growth imbalance. There is a collective global realizations that growth needs to be sustainable to reduce risks to lives, livelihood, and the climate. There are timeline-based targets for governments on sustainable development goals and nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, on aspects like carbon emissions. Therefore, there has to be an overarching incentive framework, as has been shown here, to encourage sustainability projects and also to monitor the progress towards sustainability. When we talk about the frameworks which are set by the regulators or by the governments, as you can see here, they can be in terms of directed lending, prudential regulations by central banks, fundraising at sovereign level, some of the aspects that Sri Rajaraman touched upon, and importantly, the sustainability disclosures by the corporate sector. In the Indian context, a significant number of initiatives have already been taken in terms of public and regulatory policies. Some of them have been enumerated here. As mentioned earlier, you have SEBI coming out with detailed disclosures, which is called business reportability and business responsibility and sustainability reporting, which is mandatory for the top 1,000 listed companies from next year. There are several incentives which are already being put into place for solar projects, EVs, electric vehicles, other green products. As Sri Rajaraman mentioned, there are initiatives that have been taken by the Ministry of Finance, institution of National Action Plan on climate change, and climate change finance units. All of this are expected to lead to some of the further measures in this case. RBI, the regulators have also been putting some of their initiatives into place. SEBI has issued guidelines that is some time back for green bond issuances. RBI already has renewable energy, for example, under priority sector lending. And more, I think there are some new measures on social stock exchange that are also in the works. Let's look at some data on the global green bond issuances. And this is a very broad picture since 2008 on such bond issuances. As you can see, while the quantum of bonds that are being raised across geographies may be substantial, The issue is that as a percentage of total financing, green financing is still a very small percentage. It's that's, as Sri Rajaraman also mentioned, much more would need to be done. And the good news is that since the pandemic, the volumes have been increasing and at a frenetic pace. For example, some data I would like to quote from the UK think tank Climate Bonds Initiative. In the first quarter of this year, calendar year 2021, $107 billion of green financing has happened. And last year, that is the whole of 2020, it was around 270 billion, and 107 has already happened in first quarter itself. And so global investment banks are talking about 650 billion for the whole of this year. I think some of my fellow panelists will be able to throw much more light on this. But again, the issue is that you need to see much more here, because as a proportion of total financing, it is still very less. Importantly, as Sri Rajaraman also mentioned, the requirements are huge. So some of this has been captured in this slide. So the annual requirement, as we have estimated, for India on green financing is expected to be $170 billion, all forms of green financing. And this is necessary to meet the NDC targets of the Paris Convention. And I think this ties up with what Jyoti also mentioned. I think McKinsey study is talking about 2 trillion by 2030. This is more or less tying up with that. So clearly, this is a huge kind of requirement. And this will mean also an annual demand on the banks of about $66 billion. So I think a paradigm shift would be needed in terms of green financing to achieve this kind of a situation. Let me now give a very broad perspective on the assessment framework for corporate sustainability, or in other words, ESG assessment. Now, the first step is the identification of relevant ESG risks. As we all know, these risks are not generic, they are company and industry specific. And the next step is the evaluation of the risk management framework of the entity that is in question. Essentially, what is the policy, what is the action plan, the monitoring mechanism to manage the ESG risk. Third is the estimation of the materiality of this risk panning out, and therefore they need to be suitably weighted based on their relative importance. Finally, scoring is undertaken to reflect the materiality of this risk and the robustness of the risk management framework. Actually, if you look at it, it is not just about one-time exercise, doing a one-time exercise. It's also about monitoring the ESG performance, because as you know, the risks and the performance continues to evolve over time. This is a typical data taxonomy that you tend to have for an ESG assessment. For example, for ESG risk, there's 3 categories of E, S, and G is broken up into 19 themes, 35 key issues, 525 indicators, and 739 data points. So it's a kind of a comprehensive identification of risk factors that comes into place. The assessment approach, as I said before, involves scoring each and every data point based on the company's specific performance. Then you apply the materiality and the weightage. Then you aggregate the scores. There is a flexibility which is given to the analyst to make some changes and adjustments in the materiality as and when required. And the other important part is here the benchmarking. It's not just enough to come with a score and a mapped rating, but it's also important to benchmark it with the industry peers to give the right perspective on where the particular corporate stands. This is the typical rating scale, which is in line with what a traditional rating scale is with an ESG as preference. And the data sources for such ESG assessments are typically available in the public domain. You now have, as we discussed, we will have BRSR enhanced disclosures. There are enough information on the annual reports, company website, news, and stock exchanges notifications. All of these are used for the listed company assessments. As far as the green bonds are concerned, apart from the track record and the assessment of the ESG factors, what is also important is the project evaluation. How do you evaluate the project? How important it is from the sustainability objective? What will be the proposed use of the proceeds? What impact will it have? The ENS, the environmental and social impact. How will you ensure that the proceeds are managed well and goes into the purpose for which it is intended? And finally, a more monitoring framework around the progress in terms of the project. So this is how a green bond assessment framework can look like. And ESG risk in particular has put a framework or a scale of 1 to 5, where the 5 is the highest in terms of in terms of rating. But one important point to mention here is this is not a traditional rating where you look at the repayment capacity. Here you are trying to assess the ENS, that is environmental and social impact of this particular project and the utilization of funds for that particular objective. And this the data that you need for this kind of assessments are, apart from the what is available in the public domain, you need project specific information, and you also need to track the project performance over a period of time. So I think with this, I would like to conclude, and I would request Mr. Tandon to take over the proceedings for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suman. And let me welcome my fellow panelists on the discussion today. We had Mr. Rajaram give us a very sweeping overview of what is happening, but one of the things which struck out from the perspective of the panel which we have today is the fact that he spoke about the finance, and he repeatedly spoke about finance, whether it is on the aggregate level, whether it is for project specific, whether it is on the debt side, and whether it is on the equity side. And in, to that extent, we are very fortuitous that we have a very good panel today, all of whom bring in deep insights into the financing and all what goes into it. So I'll very quickly introduce the panel, and what I'm going to tell, just in the interest of time, rather than have a discussion, what I'm going to request is each of the panelists to kind of speak a little bit about the areas which is of which they are a subject expert on, and depending on how we are with the time, we can then throw it open for questions. So very quickly, just a quick introduction to the panel. I have Sandeep Kakkad here. He's with Citibank and a senior relationship manager. He's looking at markets and securities. Then we have Rahul Sheth. Rahul is again a banker with Standard Chartered, responsible for their green or their sustainable finance, sustainable bond business operating out of Singapore. We have Malika Banerjee. She's actually wearing, in the sense she's with the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, and I'm sure given her background, she again has been a banker in her earlier avatar. She would be able to throw light both as what the bankers are saying, but also from an equity perspective. I have my friend Govind. Govind, in a sense, is wearing two hats. While he's going to be speaking as the vice chair of eCube Investment and Advisory, which is advising a lot of corporates. He's been, again, a lender, but he's been with a business house in India, and therefore he kind of would be able to give us great insights with regard to what is happening in various banks. And of course, Sandeep made the presentation and he can give us a sense in terms of what the ecosystem is like. So let me, without much taking up much more of your time, let me kick it off. Let me ask Sandeep. Sandeep, Mr. Raja spoke about the fact that there is a crying need for funds and sustainable finance. So can you talk to us about what banks in India are doing? The question which is often asked is, if you kind of break it up into components and you, let's say, look at the power sector, they suddenly say that, look, the private sector banks are a little bit more sensitive to sustainability and their global investors, but the government-owned banks are kind of quite happy to lend to the power sector. So there are all these dynamics which are playing out in the domestic market as far as lending is concerned. So what are you seeing? Can you walk us through your experience in this?
Sure. Thank you so much. And, I would say, Amit, we are at the India's wow moment for ESG, and I think really the cat came out of the bag when we had one of India's largest corporates rejig and tell us about his whole, what you call ESG foray. And I think that was clearly, but even before that, where, in India till July, we have seen around about 10 ESG bond issuances totaling to over around about 5 billion. And as my friend Suman told us that, $600 billion will be surpassed. I would like to tell the audience that as of July only, we have crossed $594 billion of worldwide, sustainable bond issuances versus 243 billion, which was till the same period of that time. So clearly we are seeing, the whole genre of sustainable bonds coming through, right from sovereigns. And, instead, I very proudly, we can say that in India, for the first time, we have seen a KPI-linked ESG bond that got placed in the month of July. As you all would have seen, a utility manufacturer, a utility agency in India did these bonds, whereby the market agreed to him achieving in future certain KPIs with respect to ESG. So that's showing, the whole market is what you call coming to that. Before I come to banks, Amit, I would really like to say to most of the participants and the people who are watching that, I think in India, we should be really proud because today, most of our fund managers today use all their funds, even though they have the ESG funds are very small, but most of the funds are what you call look through the ESG lens and they look through the ESG scorecards, And so therefore the integration of this ESG factors into the whole investment process, which was led by the mutual funds today, is contagiously catching on to the banks also, Amit. Today, with the advent of fintech and with the advent of rating agencies like Acute, Bloomberg, etc., I am seeing banks talk to us and talk to people that we should develop a credit engine that not only scrubs information from the various financial portals that they have, but also from some of these rating, what you call ESG relating factors from Acute, from sustainability, and from the other vendors in such a way that they now derive information not only from the company disclosed information, but also from the company inferred information. This is a very important change and discussion, Amit, which I've never had in my 25 years of dealing with credit, with the PSU banks and with everybody. They are now looking to invest into this. And, this, I think, the last 3 to 4 months, I've engaged this conversation a little bit more because after the world saw that how ESG rating and scores actually saved some banks from taking a loss in the Wirecard scenario. So if you all, realize that the ESG scores got certain global banks to pull back some of their lines and which saved the day. So based upon that, there have been a lot of board discussions on this whole aspect here. And instead, it gives me great pleasure to also inform you that today, not only banks are looking at loans But Amit, certain private sector, foreign banks, and even public sector banks are collaborating with IMF and the other people to ensure sustainability finance for sustainability farming and other commodity ventures, so that you're looking to basically finance sustainable farming and agriculture and commodities, and which I thought was something which is the need of the hour. Today, we all use organic food, we all use organic stuff, etc. But if I as a financer can certify under the UN programs, etc., even a simple thing like a lot of people never knew that there's a UN sustainability rice platform for aggregation of rice. And I've seen talks, and with this whole trade platform coming into being, what the finance minister and all that stuff, I think that is, I think it's these small parts are really adding up to the big picture of finance. And, I would really thank the government to take these steps in the right direction for giving encouragement to such stuff here. So it is India's wow moment on sustainability finance. And I think, as they say, the picture has just started. Keeping in mind the time, I hand back to you, Amit.
Thank you very much. I think what it's a very important point which you're making in terms of the pace of change. And I agree, someone who's been, again, observing what has been happening and in some sense a participant. I keep saying that, look, I thought I'd kind of tell people who are here listening to this seminar that, look, if you're hearing it today and there's another webinar 4 to 6 months from now, don't say that you know it. You need to go back and dial in, because so much would have changed in this short period of time that, what you've heard 4 or 6 months ago may no longer be relevant today. So I think that's a very important point. And the other point which you made, it's not just corporates, but, banks are pushing it to the retail level. And I have my own anecdotes, but in the interest of time, you spoke about the bond market, the green bond market and the sustainable bond market and how rapidly it's grown. So we're fortunate we have Rahul here. Rahul heads this function for Standard Chartered Bank. So Rahul, will you walk us through what you're seeing, what the dynamics are, how the market has changed, and what do you expect to see happen over the next 18 to 24 months?
No, absolutely, and thanks for the opportunity. I think just going back to where Sandeep left, this is definitely a wow moment, not only for the Indian ESG scene. I'd say globally we've come to a point where ESG bonds, ESG financing as a percentage of total financing has significantly gone up. And being a numbers person, if you look at the emerging markets, this used to be ESG labeled bonds used to be about 1% in 2016. And that was a time where people were questioning whether this is a fad, whether this will pass. But now, in certain markets, this is between 17 to 20% of flows, and this is only going one way, and that's north. So when you have 1/5 of your total flows in ESG labeled bonds, that tells you how important this is. One, from a total volume perspective, but also the whole ecosystem then changes to adapt itself to these kind of bonds. Right from the folks who are in the market, like intermediaries like ourselves at Standard Chartered, along with that, the clients who are issuing, as well as the sales folks who are talking to investors on the other side, who are increasingly developing dedicated funds for these issuances. The whole ecosystem, the knowledge base of that ecosystem is significantly ramped up. And just to your point on things might change completely in 4 months, I just reduced that to 4 days. I think in 4 days people will be talking a different tune altogether. So totally agree with those points, just on a more amplified note. Now just put things into context. Globally, as I mentioned, we're running on total volume basis. We're running more than 2 times of what we did last year, and last year was a record year from the previous year, being 80% higher than the previous year. So clearly, all records have been shattered, and will continue to get shattered. But structurally, what has changed in this market, I think that is one that we need to keep in mind as we project into the future. And I'll go back in time in terms of where it all started and where it has reached. So back in 2007 and 2008, this product sort of really started coming about. Green was the only product in the market, and it was more of the supranational entities like the World Banks, IFCs, etc., who had their own policies, who had a developmental agenda, and just had a lot of investor faith into whatever they did. Move into 2015, 2016. That's the time where we started seeing a lot more corporates come into the picture. So it did take a long time before green bonds became a little more mainstream, but still we were talking of volumes in the context of about 50 to 60 billion in those years. What really changed was that, and this is where I bring the distinction between the West and the East. This product really emanated in a lot of the Scandinavian countries, which were the first adopters by the DNA being more focused on ESG and SDGs. And there it was what we call an invest factor, because investors had dedicated money to chase these bonds. When we come to the East, it has been a lot more of a regulatory push factor, and where we have seen guidelines, and across when I look at East, when I look at across Asia, seeing guidelines being set up, regulators, adopt these and accept these global guidelines, and then look to set targets. If you put in India's context, we have a very strong renewable energy mix change. Between now and 2022 and also 2030, which requires a significant amount of investments. So that regulatory push, when you look at India, when you look at China, when you look at Singapore, Hong Kong, that got the constituents in the system to change towards a sort of a higher volume of issuance. If you look at in this, in terms of how this progressed after 2016. Up until then, it was green bonds, but then came a new variety of product where when you look at ESG, you also have a social element which had been ignored. We started having the social bond principles come into play, and then we had the social bond guideline bonds come into play in a bigger way, which allowed a lot of issuers who had not accessed this market because they didn't just by nature of the businesses, they didn't have green assets. They were able to access this market with a sustainability which had both green and social assets combined. So that brought about a new, a variety of issuers, and that sort of gave a big boost to the market. And we saw what we saw in the last year, especially with the pandemic. A lot of issuers, especially the governments, they funded their pandemic budgets via some of these social and sustainability issuances. We ourselves have led trades for sovereigns like Indonesia, who funded their $24 billion budget with a $3 billion sustainability issuance, focused a lot on the pandemic refinancings. And even the EU has done probably the largest volumes in this format. But what has been the biggest structural shift over the last 1 year? I think that's what's going to determine how this market is moving forward. In the last 1 year, the ICMA, which is the governing body on this, has come out with two new products. One is transition finance, and the second is sustainability linked bonds. Now, transition finance both of these bonds are basically designed more for what we call harder to abate sectors, or the brown sectors, or the corporates who are looking to transition from where they are to where they need to be under the Paris agreements or under sort of the national laws. And this includes, manufacturing, cement, aviation, steel, and various other sectors who have come out and issued in these formats. Too much detail, and we can leave it for Q&A in terms of how these differ. But essentially, the main difference is that sustainability linked bonds, and this was also talked about, have a KPI or a social KPI attached to the bond, and if the issuer doesn't meet that, there might be a step up attached to that. So there's a bit of a penalty carrot and stick approach, more stick than carrot for now. And transition bonds is one. You aspire towards achieving your net zero 2030 or net zero 2050 targets, again by allocating these as issuances into assets which allow you for that transition. For example, when we led a transaction for CLP out of Hong Kong, doing a fuel switch from coal to natural gas, and natural gas is a transition fuel. And finally,
So
when I look
Rahul,
at
I'm
this
going
index,
to stop you there.
Please, yeah.
Your passion comes through, and you're clearly very, very, what you're saying is quite interesting. But I have my one eye on the clock, so let me, and we'll maybe come back to you in the Q&A session.
Absolutely.
But yeah, let me kind of, we've had both you and Sandeep talk a little bit about what is happening on the debt side, but equally the equity side is critical, and we can't have anyone better than Malika to kind of talk us through what is happening on the equity side. I'd like you to focus on one particular aspect, which is given the fact that a lot of the projects have a fairly long shelf life. They would be there for 15 years, 20 years. How do you think about it? Because between now and then, the policies would have changed very significantly. The landscape would have changed very significantly. So first, give us an overview of the equity, and then how do you think long-term in a sector which is changing so rapidly? Over to you.
Thank you, Amit. I'll try and be very, very brief, keeping an eye on the time. So sustainability as a theme has really emerged globally. I would say really gained momentum over the last 18 to 24 months. Earlier this year, I think it was in April, we had Temasek BlackRock, make this mega partnership announcement of a slew of funds, which have not been detailed, of $5 billion or so. So, I have to say that NIIF, which I am a part of, we were quick off the bat earlier. In 2018, Mr. Rajaraman mentioned GGEF. It's a fund that we in NIIF set up along with DFID of the UK. And I think we could easily say that this is India's first decarbonization fund. And GGEF is not just focused on renewable energy, which is really, the largest amount of capital is being seen in that space. But it's also looking at e-mobility, waste to energy, water. So it's looking at the entire spectrum of renewable energy services. From NIIF's perspective, we have an infrastructure fund of $2.3 billion, and we have a $3 billion odd pool of co-investment capital alongside. And as Mr. Rajaraman also mentioned, infrastructure is really at the center of all this green evolution. And so we by far are today the largest amount of dedicated India capital for the infrastructure space. What we are seeing today is that the most capital is really flowing into the renewable energy space. I was looking at some numbers. So in 2017, banks had lent some 60,000 crores to thermal powered projects. And in 2 years by the third year, that is 2019, banks had lent to only 2 thermal powered projects, and this was just 1,000 crores. So it's clearly, the pace of investment flowing into non-renewable energy has reduced significantly. Has it really been picked up, likewise in equal amounts in the renewable energy space? That is not the case. We were targeting in India, about 15 to 25 gigawatts of renewable energy being implemented per annum if we are to achieve our targets. What we have achieved is about 8 to 12 gigawatts of renewable energy capacities being implemented. There've been a host of regulatory changes. The real game changer actually was SECI and NTPC coming in to take DISCOM risk. And I think government has been very proactive in trying to address the concerns of both lenders and equity investors like ourselves in this space. Having said that, the last 12 months have seen significant headwinds in the renewable energy space. The pace of actual implementation of projects has definitely come down. And this is due to both global and local reasons. Panel prices have shot up. There is, freight prices are at an all-time high. Commodity prices are up. Domestically, there are protectionist measures which are being brought in place. So this has, sort of slowed down the pace of investment. But having said that, we are very hopeful that we're seeing panel prices moderating, and we see that as continuing. And by December or so, hopefully things will be much more manageable. And even here locally, I mean, there are other changes that are being brought about, and we expect things to pick up again in this space. The only other one line I'd add on the other parts of the renewable energy, of the sustainable spectrum, whether it be water, energy efficiency, waste to energy, etc., the volume of projects and the scale of projects is still fairly small. And we'd really, there's capital that's ready and waiting, but we also have to get the projects that are large enough to take this.
Okay,
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. With over $4 billion at your command, you would be looking at large projects. That's a nice, opportunity to segue into move on to Govind. Govind, we've heard about global changes. Billions of dollars are flowing in. Our Indian and Balka spoke about the fact that they're looking at large projects. You've kind of looked at it from both ends. One is advising corporates as well as helping them turn green. Are corporates really ready for this change which is taking place?
Yeah, so Amit, thanks. I think a lot was spoken about the sheer scale of flows. So undoubtedly, there is a lot of flow, especially from equity as well as debt investors outside India. So I think the appetite is very clearly there. From the perspective of a company, I think there are 2 or 3 reactions that we keep seeing when we meet companies. I think the first is, which is very positive, is almost everyone agrees that some kind of measurement of multi-stakeholder elements is now required, whether you call it ESG or whether you give it some other name. I think beyond pure valuations, I think people are spending some time to assess some of these things. There is a sense of, I think, frustration at the fact that there are a number of different metrics, the fact that sometimes, scores that come from one entity tend to be very different from scores from another entity and so on. So I think that is one element which I think sometimes companies struggle with, but I think broadly, no well-managed company, whether they have to subscribe to the BRSR or not, disagrees with the need for, ESG, and, they've put some money behind, I think, scoring it. Managers who are sort of operating on the ground do struggle with, 30 and 40 different new metrics they have to start dealing with. So they have come back frequently saying, look, materiality element needs to be focused on more, particularly for the industry in question. And I think that's an area where investors and lenders need to start focusing on. It doesn't happen because investor strong suit is not engaging with management. Investor strong suit is typically to find, sort of buy low and sell high. So they don't really love going and talking to managers about their sort of the materiality of, the cost of plastics or whatever it is. I think the third, let's say, actual response you tend to get from people is, look, a lot of approaches tend to focus on creating policies and therefore increasing boardroom work rather than actually looking on outcomes. So, that this has tended to be the general way in which corporate governance operates in India, which is you have a problem, you put a policy in place to sort of fix that, rather than actually action items. I think that brings me to the point that many people have told me, at least personally, which is, I do wish we could see examples of not very intuitively ESG great companies moving up that curve and getting higher multiples and so on. So if you look at, let's say, ESG ratings, you never see too many surprises. You know, it will always be TCS and HDFC Bank and, Kotak Mahindra Bank. You know, it's sort of the usual suspects on any large cap sort of scale. So the question there that people are saying is, look, to really get people to move, what would be great is if there are many, many examples of companies which have shifted. You know, one example which comes to mind is Marico, for instance. Over the last 2 decades, there is a significant sort of multiple accretion that is there owing to explicit E and S and G activities that they've taken. So, can we see many more of those? And I think that's one area where investors, I think, have to work very hard. The last bit would be on lenders, which is lenders, in many ways have to contribute by financing those actions which ESG comes up with. So when you have an ESG recommendation, it will frequently result in capital expenditure of some sort. So it would be, the transition finance or whatever it is. And lenders need to do that. Lenders are reasonably good at doing it in large scale utility kind of projects. So we go to say, SBI and ICICI Bank and PTC Financial and so on. So they've been able to do some of the stuff. But the moment you start looking at I think Ambalika mentioned this, at the mid-tier of the supply chain, at loans which are, let's say, between 5 crores and 30 crores, this is not the sweet spot of most lenders in India. And I think those companies also are going to have to move up this value chain. Frequently, their customers are going to demand that they change their sort of ESG behavior. And those companies frequently struggle to raise funds at the right price. So I think some structures need to also come in place, whether it is guarantee structures, potentially subsidy, whatever you might say. So I think these are some of the responses I'm hearing from at least the corporate side of things. Back to you. I think you're on mute, Amit.
We've run out of time. I'll take Jyoti's permission just to continue for another few minutes. There is, of course, a question from the audience, but I treat it much more as a suggestion, which is that can sustainable finance be included as a part of priority lending for banks? So I think that's if it's a question, I think I see it more as a suggestion, and maybe FICCI could actually add it to its wish list in its discussions with the finance ministry. But we are also fortunate that Mr. Rajaram is there, and in case he can communicate this message to the concerned persons and also champion this within the ministry and through them, through RBI. I know we've kind of run out of time, but Suman, let me kind of have you just comment on the fact that the ecosystem. So there was talk about, how do you measure it? Govind spoke about the fact that, you're high with one, you've got a high score with one agency, a low score with the other. So can you very quickly walk us through the ecosystem which is out there? How reliable is it? What do you think of the quality of data? You've got disclosures which are coming earlier in the BRR. Hopefully, the BRSR will be a bit of an improvement in terms of at least the quality. Just your closing comments on that. And let me request you just to keep your comment very short, maybe 2 at best 3 minutes. Over to you.
Sure, of course. Thank you, Amit. So, as you know, globally, today the ESG assessment market has already evolved, and there are a lot of market participants. In India, it is evolving. So, if you look at the current ecosystem, there were, as you know, MSCI and Sustainability Analytics, I mentioned that they have some coverage on Indian listed corporates. But it's not really that comprehensive. As far as I know, it will be around 200 corporates that they typically cover. We have started in ESG risk.ai covering around 500 NSE top listed corporates, and that's a recent development. I understand other domestic rating agencies are also thinking of deploying some tools for the listed corporates. Hopefully, this 500 will go to 1,000 in some time, as you mentioned, that with BRSR coming into place, more disclosures and quality disclosures will be available. Now, the issue is that how do we assess and how robust it is? As of now, a lot of this, is dependent on the quality of disclosures. How transparent are the disclosures and what's the quality? So based on that, most of us have, kind of proprietary algorithms, which are sometimes, and in our case, supplemented with analytical experience, and you come with outcomes, right? And as Govind mentioned, sometimes there may be some differences that's coming in, partly maybe due to the information gap or the quality of information. So one of the challenges, I guess, that we in the ESG assessment market have to look at is how this quality of information and the comprehensive of information picks up. And I think at some point the concept of ESG audit, because there is a risk of greenwashing, right? Greenwashing is a significant risk globally. So there is a risk of greenwashing, and it needs to be mitigated. So maybe at some form of ESG audit needs to come into place. So
thank you very much. Thank you. I think that's a big question in terms of the data which is presented and the integrity of the data, and that's a broader debate. I have approval from FICCI to kind of continue for a few more minutes, given the questions which are coming in from the audience. So Malika, let me come to you. There's a question which says that, there's a large pipeline of infrastructure projects which had been identified by the government of India. And so why is it that you're saying that they're not sufficiently large bankable projects? From a green perspective, I'm guessing.
Yes, just from a green perspective. No, the renewable energy projects that we're doing, I mean, there's enough scale, there are enough projects, there are other headwinds. Banks are actually, from a debt perspective, apart from, it's not a very deep market. We ultimately end up going to the same 3 or 4 banks, sometimes just the same 2 lenders. So it's a very, very shallow debt financing market. The bond market is not deep enough. And we are doing a lot of under construction projects. The NIP, the National Infrastructure Pipeline, is a lot of greenfield projects. We are undertaking that in the renewable energy space. GGF is doing some stuff in water, etc. But those projects, I mean, outside the renewable energy and growth sectors are not necessarily large. And we're still to see some of them rolling off the block. But yes, there is a pipeline and it will happen. There's no doubt about it. But as things stand today, this is the situation.
If I may come in for briefly, from the supply side, there is no limitation on the number of projects that is up for offer. A huge number of projects in the renewable energy sector, especially since as one of the speakers mentioned, the target has been ramped up to 450 gigawatt. I think there will be no shortage. I think the problem more seems to be from the point of view of the supply of sustainable finance, because essentially what many issuers are finding is that they are not getting a better finer prices, in terms of for green bonds vis-a-vis perhaps any other kind of bonds. So I guess probably from that perspective, I think probably that maybe there is a market information problem, or probably I think maybe there's a market standards problem, I think. So therefore, I guess the problem is not going to come from the shortage of projects, but more from the point of view of supply of capital. But from an FPI and FDI perspective, I don't think there is a shortfall. I think probably once we plug this information gap, I'm sure that and maybe the trust gap, I think more money will flow in. I think at an attractive price, maybe at a discount from the normal market rate.
So absolutely.
Just to add one thing. Sorry. Just to add one thing there. Also, you can't access the bond market for a greenfield project. That's not a risk that I think they're willing to take, or at least it's not something that's seen today. So only when there's a track record of 3 years or so of that company, etc., can you really access those markets.
Sandeep, Rahul, would you like to weigh in on that? Because what about green masala bonds?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that comment because green bonds predominantly they work on the concept of fungibility and the concept of a general recourse to the issuer as opposed to a specific recourse to a project or a project finance type of bond, although the allocation is to a specific project. So what I'm trying to get to is effectively, when you look at international
Sorry, we are losing Rahul.
and the credit profile of the issuer as opposed to the specific projects in contention. So that what that basically means is that essentially this financing is restricted to issuers of a certain or clients of a certain quality who can actually access the bond markets for that kind of size.
Just add up here, Amit, that I think picture has started now, I would say, especially after you've seen basically the sustainability linked USD bond that recently happened and which we co-led, where we saw spreads tighten as much as around about 50 basis from the initial offer price. I think it's just started, and I will be, as Rahul said, why 4 months? The pace will be much faster. So yes, as they say, picture baki hai abhi, and it is definitely a very, very rosy picture.
So I'll kind of with that, let's say that with the rosy picture, let me kind of wind up. I'd like to thank all the panelists. I think there are a couple of interesting lessons we've got. One is the size of the bond market, and even what Ambalika said in terms of the corpus of funds which is available on the equity side is huge. The second is the pace of change is unprecedented. So even if you would kind of ask the question about 2 years back, how large you expect the market to be, everyone would have underestimated the size. There are a bit of challenges with data, as was pointed out by Suman. Govind rightly pointed out that the corporates are prepared, but they do have their own sets of challenges, particularly the smaller you are, the more difficult it is to kind of navigate in this field. And I'd actually end with something which Mr. Rajaraman said in his comment, which has kind of stuck with me, that COVID has acted as a reset and brought back the green agenda in a substantial way. And with that, let me thank all the panelists and thank the audience for dialing in. And back to you, Jyoti. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. I think you beautifully summed up, the entire discussion. And I'd just like to thank Mr. Rajaraman for sitting through this. And Amit and Govind, perhaps as a ESG group, we must go to him, to discuss some of the aspects that we've been raising. And to each one of the panelists for, really giving your inputs into this very important subject. And we look forward to, continuous engagement going forward on this in this area. So thank you once again, everybody. And we come to the close of the session. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Amit, for doing this beautifully. Thanks.
Thank you for getting the panel.
Thank you.
Very well done, Amit.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As many of you know, CPPIB has not only been investing in India since several years, but also has a beautiful office in Bombay. Coincidentally, the inauguration of the office was announced at one of the FICCI conferences by then CEO of CPPIB way back 5 years ago. CPPIB is Canada's largest pension fund and one of the largest fund managers globally, managing around 500 billion Canadian dollars and projected to cross $1 trillion Canadian dollars by 2032. It invests the funds of more than 20 million Canadian contributors. More importantly, it has so far invested around 12 billion Canadian dollars in India. Ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't have had a better person than Alain Carrière, Senior Managing Director, Head of International, Head of Europe, CPP Investment based out of London, to speak to us today. Alain, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Sunil. Please.
Alain has more than 27 years of financial services industry experience. Prior to joining CPP in 2008, he was managing director at Goldman Sachs in the investment banking division in New York and London. And coincidentally, again, we worked together at Goldman Sachs during those days. Alain, a very, very warm welcome to you in India, though virtually though. Just to give you a little bit of background, this is FICCI's capital markets, flagship capital markets conference called CAPM 2021. We host this annually for the last 18 years. And today we have more than 1,100 participants, registered participants, and across the globe. Given the paucity of time, I'll restrict my comments here, and I would request Alain to deliver your keynote address. Over to you, Alain.
Many thanks, Sunil, and for such a warm welcome. It's always great to be in India, even if only virtually, and I can't wait to be there in person. And thanks for inviting me to FICCI's annual gathering of business leaders. I'm really delighted to join you. And so I thought about two themes today for this address. One, emerging opportunities which can drive India's growth in a post-pandemic world, and then the importance of India for a global investor like CPP Investments, which, as you and I discussed, we are very, very bullish on India generally. So if I start with what we see as emerging opportunities in India post-pandemic specifically, I think it's clear to everyone that COVID-19 brought major disruptions and changes around the world. And some of these shifts were already in motion before the pandemic emerged. If you think about it, the acceleration of technology, shift of economic growth from the west to the east, urbanization, shifting supply chains, and significant demographic changes, this was all happening. But I think it's also clear now that a number of these shifts are accelerating, and the pandemic and the way of working and the economic disruptions are now pushing some of these themes a lot faster and years ahead of where we thought we might be at this point in time. You look at the acceleration of e-commerce, e-learning, telehealth, drug and vaccine discovery, great examples in the COVID vaccine. That's all moving us closer to the future. And if you went back 10 years, I don't think anyone would have predicted where we are along some of these trends today. And some of these shifts will be permanent. I think there's no doubt about that. And India is very well positioned to benefit from a number of these new opportunities. And if you think about India's economy in the near term, clearly that's been affected by the pandemic, but the macro fundamentals of India remain very strong. Look at demographics. 66% of India's population is in the 15 to 35 age bracket. Massive consumer bulge. Urbanization. India's cities will contribute 70% of India's GDP by 2030. And then mass consumerism that flows from that. 65% of the GDP is through private consumption. And then you talk about technology. Technology adoption in India is fantastic, and you have 800 million internet users now. There's massive and significant growth over the last few years, and that basically fuels a number of the other themes. So speaking of themes, I'll mention four today that we have a keen eye on: the rise in consumption, diversification of supply chains, infrastructure asset recycling, and then sustainable energy growth. And if you start with the rise in consumption, look at India's GDP per capita, which is now probably around $2,000, and roughly where China was in 2005, 2006. And I know these comparisons are tricky and dangerous, but if you look at history and where China took off and the point that it took off from, and look at South Korea as well, when these economies were at similar stage of development as India is today, that's when they really took shifted another gear. And that upward trajectory is far from guaranteed in India, and you can hear a number of people list a number of issues as to why you can't really compare the two. But we think, and we're quite convinced, that it's actually indicative of the country's future potential. And if you think of direct-to-consumer companies, digital and tech companies disrupting legacy business models, that's been happening in India. It will continue to happen. That is here to stay, and that's going to be a key player in that economic growth. And then you look at diversification of supply chains. Again, a trend that is playing to India's potential. You look at supply chains that are being reshaped, diversified as companies look to secure resilience in their supply chain and remain competitive. It's not a narrow focus. We've talked about reshoring a lot, but actually businesses are moving parts of their supply chains to different markets and expanding supplier base to diversify risk. And if you look at global trade and production that begins to shift, India could emerge as a major supply chain hub. However, there are a few conditions to that, and I think we're very focused on the signs of these changes. If you look at India's large workforce, training is very important. You need to train the workforce to suit the needs of different sectors, and that will allow you to offer competitive cost of labor, but also skilled labor in order to achieve that supply chain disruption. Private investment can and should be boosted in the transport infrastructure of India, like ports, airports, and container depots. That's usually what people refer to when they think that the domestic infrastructure is key to expanding India's production base. And next to that, you have a very large domestic market that can act as a supplement to the export potential for international manufacturers, again, if infrastructure allows access to that market efficiently. And I think we need to highlight the increased efforts by the government to attract FDI in manufacturing, targeting production-linked incentives, which is critical within that. On the third point, which is something, again, that we've been looking at very closely at CPP, which is infrastructure asset recycling. This is critical to unleashing capital and to allow India to fulfill its growth potential. And the global competitiveness that would come from that. And I think we have to highlight the government's targets, ambitious targets to spend $1.4 trillion on infrastructure by 2025 through the National Infrastructure Pipeline, NIP. This is a very important effort. And infrastructure spending in the context of what I just referred to is more important than ever for India. When you look at what the IMF studies concluded, that during times of high uncertainty, increasing public investments by 1% of GDP can boost GDP growth by 2.7%. So private investments by 10% and employment by 1.2%, all critical factors for India. And then the recycling of the government infrastructure assets would be critical to monetize existing roads, ports, transmission grids, telecom towers, pipelines, could improve the fiscal deficit, and also offer asset classes that are very sought after by large international investors. And so speaking of ourselves as one of those investors, we've been actively involved in the asset monetization subcommittee that was led by the NIIF under the Interministerial Task Force for the NIP. This has been a very, very worthwhile exercise. And in August 2020, as you will know, Sunil, the subcommittee presented a report on how the government can implement a large-scale asset recycling model. And that would tap the interests of institutional investors such as CPPIB by providing assets that we can value and that we can spend a lot of money and then free up capital for the government in order to develop new infrastructure. And so on this theme, we've been actually working quite closely with the Indian government. We've launched India's first private InvIT, the InfraVIT, to acquire operating road assets. And we're also the anchor investor in Power Grid Corporation's InvIT for transmission lines. All great initiatives that are helping to open up and offer opportunities for international investors. And so on the fourth theme now, if you allow me, sustainable energy growth. Sustainable energy, not surprisingly, is one of the fastest growing part of CPPIB's portfolio. It's something that is critical to our development, but also a very, very significant focus of the organization globally. And in India, there's significant opportunities. India is expected to triple its renewable energy generation capacity by 2030. And to achieve this will require significant investment, and we think a lot of it will have to come from international investors. I think we're talking in the vicinity of $500 to $700 billion over the next few years. You need government, favorable policies from government, and we have that. Renewable energy projects for priority sector lending, building power transmission lines to support distributed generation, which is key when talking about renewables, and allowing 100% FDI under automatic route for renewable projects is also very important in attracting foreign capital. And then add to that electric vehicles and EV charging infrastructure as significant opportunities with energy storage, batteries, and new energy sources like hydrogen, where Europe, incidentally, is playing a large role in developing this new source of power. They're all expected to be areas attracting significant private investment. And as I said earlier, we have a department called Sustainable Energies Group, which is focusing exclusively on these areas and spending a lot of time in India. And as I said, a very important facilitator for the above themes is attracting more foreign capital. And we're very pleased on that score to see numerous initiatives by the government to attract patient foreign capital. Incidentally, in 2020, India bucked the global FDI trend by growing 13%, even as FDI globally collapsed by I think a number close to 42%. So that was a very good sign. And also looking at COVID-19, India surged ahead of most emerging markets in terms of net FDI inflows, with numbers close to $40 billion in fiscal year 2020 alone, which is a strong indication of the recovery of the economy, but also the attractiveness of the market and some of the themes I just mentioned playing very, very positively with foreign investors. So if I can now turn to my second big topic, which is our investment philosophy at CPPIB and the importance of India as a market to a global investor like us. When we think of CPP, what we like to put forward as our philosophy is long-term investing as a frame of mind. It's not a holding period, it's a culture. It's an approach. It's about making investment decisions with a sustainable, future-oriented perspective. And so that means you need to be persistent through periods of underperformance, and you need to be patient, which is something we can do given the way we are structured and given the way capital flows into our fund. And we also have a unique governance structure, which is quite different from a sovereign wealth fund, for instance. We're at arm's length from government. Our management team reports to an independent professional board of directors. And so we're not encumbered by political agendas, and we're somewhat insulated from political interference, which was at the core, foundational to CPPIB, and is critical to our decision making. We also have something that we think is quite unique called the total portfolio management approach. With a long horizon, we have certainty of assets. We know for 25 years roughly how much capital will flow into the fund and how much capital will flow out of the fund to sustain the CPP. And that's a long horizon and a certainty of asset that means that we can take prudent long-term positions and absorb short-term changes in investment values as we look through market cycles. I would also mention our investment-only mandate. We have been given a very, very clear mandate by the Canadian government at the time, which is to maximize long-term investment returns without undue risk of loss. We do not have to take into account social or political goals, and frankly, we look to build a global investment organization that will maximize returns for Canadian pensioners. And we look through that prism, have flexibility to deploy our capital as we see fit. That leads to a distinctive ability to pursue a very diverse set of investment strategies, either the direct equity, structured equity, credit, listed, unlisted, a very flexible full service capital provider. I jokingly tell most people that if you can think of an investment strategy, we likely have it in-house or have had it or are about to develop it, because we think diversification is key, not only geographically, but across types of risk within the portfolio. And that actually brings a lot of dividends. When you look at the volatility of 2021, we've actually achieved our strongest ever annual return of 20.4% across the entire portfolio for fiscal year 21. Our total portfolio, as you said earlier, Sunil, is approximately $500 billion Canadian. 85% of our investments are outside Canada, and almost 30% are in the broader Asia Pacific region. And with this, we're on track to be $1 trillion fund in the early 2030s. And it will keep growing after that. And so when you look at this, being global, being an investor of scale is very important, and emerging markets are a significant part of our growth strategy. By 2025, our goal is to have approximately 1/3 of our fund invested in emerging markets, which include India, China, and other markets around the world. And by that time, you would assume that the portion of the fund that would be invested in emerging market could be close to $200 billion. So India will be critical to that growth. India will see significant growth in our focus on assets, but also in our people on the ground. As I told you in the pre-call we had, our Mumbai office has been the fastest growing office at CPPIB over the last couple of years, and probably will remain so for some time. I think you mentioned kindly that we have approximately $12 billion already invested in India. So there's quite a significant room for growth within that portfolio. And we're also focused on building a very diversified and resilient portfolio in India. And we'll continue to grow it through direct investments, fund investments, LP secondaries, partnerships, infrastructure, real estate. This is across basically our entire strategies. And despite the pandemic, the last fiscal year has been probably one of our best years across strategies. And we've committed over 2 billion Canadian dollars in India. And we're off to a very good start in this current fiscal year with roughly $1 billion already committed. And you probably will have seen some of the names and recognize some of the names of our investments. $1 billion invested in Flipkart, India's largest e-commerce company. We've invested in the National Stock Exchange of India. We were part of a SPAC listing of Vernu Power, one of India's leading clean energy companies. We're the largest anchor investor in the power grid InvIT. We participated in the take private of Retusa, an IT services business, invested in office space with RMZ, and the acquisition of credit financing. And we made a fund investments in BPEA's mid-market credit fund. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of our most successful investments in India, and a good example of long-term investing mindset, which was our investment in Kotak Mahindra Bank. We first invested in Kotak in 2013. And since then, the stock price has gone from rupees 340 to 1700, which it is today. And we've added to our position a number of times over the last 8 years, and now own approximately 6.5% of the bank. So in summary, I would say, Sunil, that we're incredibly proud of what we've achieved in India. We think our position, our portfolio, and our team will keep growing significantly. We look forward to partnering with a number of Indian businesses And we also look forward to a very productive relationship with the Indian government and a number of its agencies, which have been incredibly helpful in our growth. I'll probably stop here, given the time, and maybe to turn to questions if you have any.
This was brilliant, and thank you for that. Thank you for delivering your keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, we probably have time for 2 questions because I know Alan has to leave for a investment committee meeting. So please feel free to put in your question in the chat box. I'm going to pick up the questions from there. So while people are thinking about the question, Alan, one thing I totally agree with you. CPP, India treats CPP as a partner. Your commitment to NIIF, which is a long-term commitment, and also many of the assets which you talked about, we obviously know all the names, and your commitment as an office. As I mentioned in my opening comments, it was 2015, if I'm not wrong, Mark Wiseman announced the opening of CPP office in India at our CAPM conference of 2015. And since then it has grown significantly. You mentioned about internet user in India. It's a very interesting one. General perception of CPP is long-term infrastructure related asset investor. I was watching your interview on Mint, which was fascinating, and you talked about multiple things, including your investment in some of the digital assets, digitization program. You talked about Flipkart. Would you want to talk about that? Because that is slightly different than the perception of infrastructure investor.
Thanks, Sunil. Sorry, I had to unmute quickly. Yeah, I do know that people think of us as infrastructure investors. And actually, the first investment we made in India, I was responsible for, was with Larsen & Toubro in their roads, toll road portfolio. So I understand why people think of us as a large infrastructure investor. We probably are actually the largest infrastructure investor in the world in terms of the size of our portfolio. But and it's important that you mention that when we think about India, we think about much beyond infrastructure. Actually, we think that India, from a digital economy standpoint, is going to be one of the most exciting markets to invest in for a number of different reasons. And that's, if I mentioned 5 factors that we think will drive the growth of that market in India and why we're so focused on it. Let me talk about technological adoption. I mean, India is now, as I mentioned earlier, 800 million internet users, 200 million online shoppers. And that number is increasing every year. The rapid adoption of smartphones in recent years, I mean, that growth has been nothing short of spectacular. I think there was 50 million units shipped last quarter alone, and fueled by a very affordable internet services, 2 times cheaper than in China, for instance. That's helped add new online shoppers at a very, very rapid pace. And then you have also, which is almost a cliche, but critical, the availability of top tech talent in India. It is home to a thriving ecosystem. Over 3 million software developers. The entire world goes to India to tap that talent. And that engineering talent, it's been developed over 3 decades by the IT industry in your country. It's one of the largest globally. It offers a wide variety of technical skills and capabilities, and is lower cost to most Western countries, and so puts you in very, very strong position to be a very, very important player in that booming ecosystem. And then turn to that ecosystem again. It's the startup ecosystem in India is growing at an unprecedented pace. The pace of new company formation is very impressive. Innovation in a variety of sectors is meant a surge in what we call Soonicorns and unicorns. So if you're, according to NASSCOM, I think there's 1,600 new startups are founded during the pandemic, taking the total to the country to more than 12,000. and 55 to 60 of them were identified as soonicorns, soon to be unicorns. This is incredibly exciting. I think in 2021, India added 11 unicorns, if I'm not mistaken. And India, I think, is expected, or at least that's what Bloomberg says, to contribute 25% of the new unicorns by 2025. And the top 100 companies in digital and tech sectors are expected to be valued at between $1 to $1.5 trillion US. I mean, these numbers are probably going to be off by some, but it gives you an idea of the scale of the opportunity and how fast that opportunity is growing. And you have a maturing investor landscape against that. India ranked, I think, second in PE deal value in 2020 with almost $40 billion raised and 64% higher the prior 5-year period average. So India is now mainstream for investors, and these opportunities and the growth I just mentioned are attracting a lot of interest. And a lot of these deals are in technology and what we call the digitally accelerated sectors. And then again, fueling that is growing income levels. GDP per capita, as I said earlier, was 2,000, which is where China was in 2005, 2006. And that GDP per capita number is growing at a rapid pace in India, helped by technology development and so on and so forth. So to your point, the names of some of the companies we've invested in are well known. I'll mention Byju's, Flipkart, Delivery, around e-commerce, ed tech, logistics, IT services. We've made a number of investments there as well. And we're looking at a number of innovative companies across a number of sectors around the world. And India will play a large part in that. So sorry for the long answer, but this is a topic that actually gets me quite excited about the prospects in your country.
Thank you. Thank you. This is time just to take one question from audience, and I'll take just one question. And I thought as much that this will be on ESG. ESG, sustainable financing. I don't think any conversation can end without talking about that. So very quickly, your views. We are committed to that. We definitely giving a lot of importance to, and I'm sure CPP is also thinking the same way. Your quick views on this.
Of course, Sunil, and I'll be very quick because of time here. But yeah, you're right. We've had a long-standing focus on sustainable investing in ESG, and we truly do believe that companies that manage ESG factors well and are deeply committed to ESG are more likely to create financial value over the long term, and those that don't will destroy value for shareholders over the long term. And we think that you need to consider ESG risk and opportunities to be better investors, to enhance returns and reduce risks, frankly, for our investments. So we don't blindly rely on third-party scores for ESG, though. We actually try to go through our own filter, because otherwise these can be quite opaque or actually sometimes contradictory. So we did launch a climate change program in 2018, and that's a multi-year initiative. And that's to help us protect our current holdings against climate-related risk, but also capture opportunities created by climate change. And we've made a lot of progress since then. We've integrated the assessment of climate-related risk and opportunities into our investment process. We also believe that the successful evolution to a lower carbon world is absolutely contingent on a shift in the global energy mix. And so we've been focusing on our efforts on sustainable energies, including renewables, distributed energy, electric vehicles, and all that. And we've invested about $20 billion through our sustainable energy group. And we look to double that investment over the coming years. And that's going to be very, very important to us, as you can imagine. We've also launched a beta test of a sustainable equity long-short investment program in the public markets. We're seeking to prove that there's alpha, as well as risk mitigation in taking such an advanced approach to ESG. So in a word, the focus on ESG, the importance of ESG in our investment process will only grow. as you can imagine, the focus, the global investor base and governments on ESG will also grow, and we're committed to staying ahead of that.
Great. Thank you for your time. And I know you are heading for your investment committee. Good luck with that, and really appreciate. I also wish very good luck to your colleagues in Bombay, Sujit and Vikram and others. All the very best, and thank you very much for doing this for FICCI.
Thank you so much, Sunil, and thanks to